Ooh, I can make up the ultimate sphere.
That's amazing.
Does that take plasteel? Okay. So legendary spheres until I can get plasteel production.
That's still going up, geez, that's telling.
I need stone handles, hammer, What are you? You're mining something? Looks like it is good to be making that. So, a little bit before you woke up, I like, it was on my way back after going to the volcano the second time. I heard a lucky.
Okay.
I felt a lucky. And then I still heard a lucky. Because there were two.
Wow.
Which are apparently better flyers than even apparently a better flyer than not just the Elphidron, but the fluffy one.
Quivernia.
Quivernia, yeah. The tier above that. But they're not the highest tier.
Yeah.
And the only thing I can say is, do you want one?
Ragnarok? No.
Okay.
I mean, it's fine as a, it's a good, firepower. I mean, if you want, like...
Yeah. Yeah. It's a good transport pal as well. Level 5, and the lucky one's level 6 transport. Arantris, have you been delegated? Bunny? Or Bunny, you're literally there just for your passive.
Nose is itching.
Oh no. Maybe you're also there just for your passive. Yeah, I don't need my Tyrantras to be doing... it's not gathering. I don't really need it to be doing anything. So I'm gonna set it fixed work at the clinic. Only one star sanitation, but that's fine.
Can we do a quick refresh of the game?
Yes, you can. You are free whenever.
Battle on for a minute. Gotta load up Steam. I think that I have. Oh yeah. Wow. Oh my god, she had to fake it.
No,
Why is it?
everyone needs to know how cute you are.
The thing is, it's got a little cloud, cloud thing next to it. It's uploading. It says uploading, but 100%.
Or did you fully restart Palworld?
Yeah, I'm trying to do that. There we go. Took a minute.
Yeah, cloud can sometimes take a little bit just to do the last little bit.
There we go. That was just taking a minute.
Pardon me.
Be special. Show special. Oops.
You're a creep? Oh my god. Me too. Oh, did you want to go to a sanctuary to get the Grisbold or something? I know you're talking about that before you went to sleep.
I wasn't talking about getting a Grisbold.
Well, just go to the sanctuary to get something. Whatever you're after.
Flowers.
Yeah, we can do that.
I can probably find a pal there or something. Maybe like a quiver. I don't fucking know. I just know I haven't been to a sanctuary yet. Can I get? Can?
Hmm?
I like wanted to ask you a favor, but I don't want to like put you out. Hi, Jesse.
You think?
What would require
Awesome.
it would require you going to the store?
Yeah, I'm happy to. Is it monsters?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Um, I'm more than happy to go across the road and get some monsters.
Thank you. I love you so much.
I ate her lips. Lips in mouth.
Good. Ow.
I know. Flashbang. What?
Yep.
Oh, I'm a baby.
Drink it up. He'll drink my flat sodas because he's weird. All right. Disperse.
That's what the anime community really means by flat is justice.
What? Oh. Oh God.
Bless you. You okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
There is also an option later on, my love.
Mhm.
For leftover pizza.
Nice, nice.
I am not hungry right now.
No,
If you
no,
want me though.
I'm not hungry.
Cool. If you want me to heat it up, whatever, then I would be more than
We
happy
can put that here. Time to break this down. That's expensive.
I want to put mine. Be right back. Screen.
Oh my god, Tristan.
Huh?
I need your help. In game.
In game.
Yeah. You know how you went to go build me that thing? I don't have that I don't have that engram for the thing, and then I broke it. The power generator.
Well, I haven't joined the world yet.
Oh, never mind. Never mind. That's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I'm just gonna put these down.
Yeah, it's fine for that one. So that's what you wanted on?
Yeah, I was gonna try and put it back here, like right behind this and everything.
Okay.
Mm.
Nothing too. I need to take my phone and my wallet.
I want them over there.
Love you too. Jesse, is there something else you want to redeem? Is there another redemption thing you might want? Perhaps? Mayhaps? Jesse? It won't let you, not you? Okay, down. I wonder what the cooldown is right now. What was it redeemed last? It'll be really hard to find since I have so many fucking redeems for PTS. Jesus Christ. This is 4 hours ago. I won't let you. You not have enough. You should have enough of a. Yeah, I'm like, you have enough. Oh, did you type? You have to type something in. Did you click it and then you have to type something? You have to type what kind of pal you want to be. Did you type it in and then click send? It could just be random, or it can be like it just tells you to come back later. The fuck? Let's see. Let me do this. Jesse random. Yeah, that was weird. It said reward on cooldown for a second. I thought it, but it let it go through. I don't know. Wow. Whatever. It's fine. I know you're good for it. That's real Jesse random. It's fine. I'll take care of it. We add up all the times you've screamed at me and not scream. Yeah, if we add up all the times you Charlie jump scared me. We're good. Oh my God. So, just have a boss Eileen over here? Oh, dude, I didn't fucking know. Whoa, cool. I'll have to remember that. Keep that in mind for when I'm feeling brave. It's not right now. I'm off to find an egg. Do I know what kind of egg I'm gonna find? No. But it's gonna be a Jessie egg. Gonna be a Jessie egg. I just keep picking up random things too, because you know, they're useful. Wait, in the day. Wait. It's so pretty here. What is this place? Oh, this is the little town. I see. Okay, hold on. Where am I? Okay, I think there should be an egg around here somewhere. I don't see one, so. Alright, next guess is gonna be heading down towards the mushroom area, I guess. If I don't see one along the way there. Baby, I love the way every day. Every day. Let's go this way. Ooh, look at this big soul over here. Just picking up shit. It'll be nice later. That birdash over there. Fucking hate them now because they kept killing me over and over and over again. And now I have beef. Oh shit. Oh, I thought I attacked something by accident. If there might be a... Ooh. Oh. I found the egg, Jesse. It is a huge dragon egg. Jesse is a huge dragon. Got excited for your meatballs, but there's gravy and not tomato sauce. That's very very disappointed. Okay. I'm sorry. Here's a huge dragon egg. I'm excited to see what it is. Honestly, kind of what I hope is the quiver. I hope it's a quiver. I really fucking do. Because I want a quiver so bad. But I like breeding quiverns too, so we'll see. We'll see what it is. I'm not gonna put all my eggs in one basket, so to speak. Where am I going? Okay. There's a shrine right over here. And I'm over here trying to fucking walk, basically. Let's go see what Jessie is. First up, there's this egg, which is good, but not great. And then we're gonna do this. 15 minutes, we'll figure out what Jessie is. I want to get something that I maybe thought was... Oh. I want that. Not what I thought that was, but I'm trying to look for... It's like a PAL box, but it's not. It's like an extra spot that you can put like an extra spot in the base you can pull pals out from. I'm wondering if it's not an ancient technology. What did you say, babe? Thank you. I'm a monster now.
You have a monster.
I have the best husband.
I hop under the bed and I'm a monster under the bed.
Nice.
That'll help you wake up a bit.
Yes, that will be very great.
I
Okay.
was talking to Mum. Mum asked me to get her a sweet treat if they had anything.
Okay. Did they have anything?
Well, specifically if anything was there and reduced. Nothing was reduced, unfortunately.
Okay.
Now my heart's beating because I sat down.
Thank you.
You're welcome, honey.
Have you seen the thing that is like a PAL box? Oh, never mind, I found it. Took me forever to find it, and I found it as I was asking you if you've seen it. Naturally.
Can you?
Oh, yes, I'm so sorry.
I get you cold.
It is GBR 4FL. Would you like to know what Jesse?
Hello, Jesse.
Would you like to know what Jesse is?
What is Jesse?
So far, a huge dragon egg.
Oh, that might be something in you. Ooh.
We're gonna find out.
Heyo. Oh.
Do you mind coming to my base really quick once you get in?
Yes, I do mind.
You do mind? Oh, jeez.
I'm gonna be an asshole. Yeah, on my way. I got excited for my meatballs, but they're in gravy, not tomato sauce, so now I'm disappointed I'm going to eat one. Oh, meatballs and gravy is it's an odd combo for meatballs.
Like Swedish meatballs.
Never had Swedish meatballs.
Okay. So I would like it lined up with this thing
Uh,
in the middle here.
lined up with this.
Like in this, like this. Yeah. Are you holding? Oh, I don't know if you what the button is for lining things up for you.
Unfortunately, it doesn't let me extend it to to the point where I can actually build it while I'm lining it up.
I wish I knew what you meant.
So if I hold the alignment mode, that's as far as I can get it. If I go any further across, it detaches.
I see. Can you actually walk away or walk or kind?
Did it yet?
No. Look. So
I was-
walk more towards the bamboo. Okay, now look at the thing right there and like kind of like push snap it in. Can you put there you go.
like that.
Yep.
Any
Right there,
specific?
perfect.
Okay.
Ugh. Thank you. That's how I get things to snap and be in like it's like push it it's like putting their collision boxes together.
Yeah.
So like for me most of the time it winds up being like the perfect distance apart.
Hmm. Yeah. Did you have to readjust some things to get this here?
Hmm?
Did you have to readjust some things to get this to fit in properly?
What to fit in properly?
No, this power generator, did you have to like...
No.
No?
Mm-mm.
Oh, cool. Was this already here? And...
The space was already here. Yep.
Oh, cool.
I was like, oh, this would be a good place to put it.
Yeah, that's perfect. I did also get you a gift while I was in a dungeon.
Oh.
It is in the chest. If you're looking from in your base out to the Pal box thing, the chest on the left.
Okay.
Should be a legendary rarity.
Oh. I will look in 22 seconds. Thank you.
You're welcome, honey.
Let's see. Oh. Oh. Thank you.
Why do you sound disappointed?
No, it's funny. Oh, raised it by 100. Nice.
Yeah.
5 more minutes for Jesse. Mining research tips. Level 2 researchers completed.
Which one? Oh, cool. Oh, yeah, I've got Blazer working on that. When I left,
Mm.
hadn't even started, and then got it, and it was done. It was done. Jesse Random. Did you redeem for Jesse or?
Yeah, because she was struggling. She said that there was it was telling her to come back later even though she had the points.
Oh.
And then as soon as I redeemed Jesse Random, she said, "Wait, new line. I read it wrong." I was like, "Well, I think she just didn't want to spend the 5K points, to be honest." I told her she was good for it, so.
She wants to redeem them all. Well, she wants all the points.
I was like, it's fine. But that's just my way of like keeping track of shit. Welcome in, Twilight. How are you
Oh,
doing?
hello, Twilight.
Ears
Good
itchy.
to see you. What a
You will
meteorite
happily
I
spend your
received
points. I
for?
know you will. I know you will. That's why I was just giving you shit about it.
Let's see. Oh, actually, some good stuff. Yeah, it's good to see you, Twilight. We haven't seen you in a while. Well, I mean, to be fair, we haven't been streaming in a while.
Very, very busy.
Life has been life in. How are you?
Oh, that looks a little weird. Hold on. What is that big gap there? Is that just where all this stuff was? Probably.
Wanna lay you
Down.
down,
Oh,
bed of roses.
some.
Yeah, this song. Wanna lie down, sleep on a bed of nails. I wanna be just as close as the whole ghost and
It's right here. I want to build this beside my breeding facility because every single time I need to swap out a breeding partner or whatever, I end up have to run all the way back upstairs. And I'm just like, I really don't want to have to keep doing that shit. Just put it here. There we go. See, now I can do it here. What if I do this, for example? Does it come out here? Yeah, I think so. I need to test out a unique PAL because where'd it go? Oh, it went like behind this? Okay, hold on. If I put this here. Yeah, okay, all right. That works actually quite nicely. So basically, I hatch an egg, and then I have to run upstairs to move the fucking chili, and then if I want to swap it out, then I have to run back downstairs. So yeah, this is perfect. And I can do upgrades from here too. This was what I was looking for. Is that it? Or I know that I'm still working on making a cold box for this thing right here. Plasteel 20. I need 15 cryogenic coolant and some. Actually, let me check that really quick. I'm all over the place. All right, Jesse. Jesse is a quiver. Yeah, and brave and a sadist. Weirdly.
Oh my god, Jesse
mean?
likes doing damage.
Apparently.
Damage at the cost of defense, and brave, I think, is just
I'm really happy.
damage? I mean, you are for a quiver.
I was after Quiven, yeah. Okay, so this is Jesse is a boy dragon. It has terrible defense. But plus 10% increase to attack and plus 15 increase to attack. You hit like a truck. And if you want a sex change later, I can get you one. But actually, I might be able to make one now, can I?
So yeah, that's the best glide I'm gonna get
I mean,
get at this point.
yeah, I just have to get it. Do you want a sex change, or you mean? I don't think I have the thing for it. The gender whopper thing yet. Now you do all genders. Okay, cool. That works for me then.
Helmet on high quality.
Okay.
These that are the problem.
Fucking beautiful. You're gonna see your. Oh no, this is you. This is you, Jesse. Look at this bitch. This is Jessie. Oh my god, she's so cute. I love her. Where'd you stop meshing yourself? You're not a wumpo baton. Stop trying to pretend. There you go. Oh my god, it's so adorable, really, truly. Planting 5 too.
Ooh, I got buffed.
And transporting 4. Gathering 4. Even if I don't wind up using this as my main, which by the way, I probably won't. I'm just letting you know right now, Jesse. This will probably not be you will probably not be my main Quivern because I really like the white one.
Oh, I got the Botan.
Yeah, she's the Quivern
Ooh.
Baton. This is the first Quivern Baton I've ever had.
Yeah,
But
it's iron.
if I don't wind up using well, I won't, but I will wind up using you at probably one of the farms because that's really good. Oh, I gotta get a specifically Quivern Baton saddle. It's not a Quivern saddle. Okay, hold on. I gotta figure out where that is. And I only have one technology point. I can't even fucking ride it. Oh wait, I think I have a book. That's fine. I'll find it. I just have to figure out what level it is. In my book, one of the main characters were breaking to the Italian guy about going to the best Italian restaurant and takes him to Olive Garden.
Ooh,
Oh,
no.
rip. Hate Olive Garden, dude. Okay, right there. 45.
The only thing I know about Olive Garden is breadsticks,
It's not good.
but they stopped doing unlimited breadsticks.
Now I have exactly the amount of points I need for that saddle.
In my book, one of the main characters. Oh, yeah, okay. You read that out.
That's okay. I do the same thing. I'll read the same freaking line 10 times and be like, oh, wait, I read that. Oh, wait, I read that. Oh, wait, I read that.
It's cute. So Wixen. Unfortunate. Oh, this boss is probably back up.
What do I need for this? Refined ingot, so I need 24 of those and 10 cryogenic coolants.
Why did I come here right now?
Let's
I
let
don't
him
wanna be
finish
here
doing
right now.
that. Whee!
I need to get the spheres to be able to catch up.
Do that. Let's come over here really quick because I completely forgot to put a new egg in there. No, I didn't. I did not forget to put an egg in there. Guess I can go back. Ooh, this monster is. Good stuff. And I think as long as I don't drink 6 of them a day, I should be fine. And I would like to not explain my 20s. Oh, lordy. How many refined things did I need? Let's just make like 20. I think that's fine. And then, still need 20 pound metal ingots. I'll make that after I make this.
It's raining.
It's raining, man. Thank you for going to the store for me, babe.
It was drizzling when I went over,
Me.
and now it's full on raining. I'm glad I went when I
Bow,
did.
bow, bow, bow. Bow, bow, bow. Bow, bow, bow. Look, it's like he's trying to set me a background, like a nice fire background to my dancing. Bow, 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 bow. Bow, bow, bow. Bow, bow, bow. Oh my goodness. Want to. There we go. I wanted to disable the preview for that. Yeah, there we go. Okay. And I want 20 of these. Sure that works. Oh my god, wow. Let's stop this for a second.
Ooh. Wow.
There we go. Mm-hmm. Eye of the tiger is the thrill of the fight, rising up through the thousands of our rivals, and the last known survivor. In the night, and just rocking us all with the eye of the tiger. Look at this. We fly at dawn. Well, we fly now. Ooh, I didn't even know there was a thing over there. Ooh, are we gonna make it? Let's fucking find out. Is that an egg? That is like the world's tiniest egg. Oh my god, I must have just been really high up. It's still a tiny egg though.
And the last known survivor.
And they're watching us all with the eye of the tiger. What is that? Oh, I didn't even realize there was another fast travel point over here. Dun 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 dun. Tiger. Ooh, okay. Dun 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 dun. There we go. Defense pendant schematic. Fabulous. Such a pretty bird. I fucking love the quiverns, dude. What? Are you sad because you don't have one?
No, I'm sad because it got an unfortunate skill.
What? What?
Night owl. So unfortunately, it falls asleep during the day. I got you something.
Ah, shit.
Hmm?
I catch this fish. It's an intermediate fishing spot. I want whatever this is. It looks like a celery. Celery.
And got so far in the end. Doesn't even matter. Gone too far to gaze at all. In the end, it doesn't even matter. Which base do you want this at? Which one?
Aww. Oh. I got a lunker. I don't know what that means, but I got a
Ooh,
rainbow passive. The fuck is a
ooh.
lunker? Oh, and I got a legendary ancient technical manual.
Oh, nice.
Just gave me. Well, I guess one technology. Wait, hold on. It gave me an ancient technology point. Nice.
Yep.
That's pretty good. What am I looking for?
Which one of your bases is the mining base?
Maya workshop.
Workshop. Okay.
Did you get a blaze mutt?
Maybe.
Ooh. Oh my god, I was on my way to this thing. I'm over here. This is closer.
Is it an alpha? Yes.
Really? Why is it so big?
The problem is though, night owl, so
Oh, yeah, it's fine. It only works at night. I see. That's fine. Nobody else is working at night.
it's also got 6 kindling.
Oh, wow.
I think that's because there's an alpha.
Good, then that fucking means somebody's gonna be working at night. Hello, you. Chonky boy. I don't understand why you're breaking this. So many things you could break. That's what you choose? Alright, whatever.
This rock offended him.
Apparently. Figure out what that passive is. These. Here. This. Lunker is what? 20% increase to water attack damage, 20% increase to ice damage, and 20% increase to defense. Damn.
Ooh,
That's pretty damn good.
yeah.
Wow. This placement has 30% increase to fire damage. Hey, Blazement, since you're awake, you wanna work on the fire thingy? Where's he at? Where'd he go? He hitting rocks. I'll find him. No worries, he's hitting these rocks. He's mad at them.
You know that if you combine a 1 star, does that count as a multiple?
What? I don't know.
Okay.
Excuse me. I know you're hitting this iron and everything, and yeah, you're doing a kick-ass job. Fabulous. Keep it up. But can you please, at least for the moment, please take care of this these sticks for me, because I am trying so hard to get this cooler made. Took the longest way around because I can't see shit. Because your butt's so big. Oh, damn. I want a knocked version of him. But not that it really matters, because I've not picked him for his aesthetics. That's why he's at the workshop and not at my house. The thing is like, I could put the best of the best pals at the workshop. But I'm not gonna like breed them to be best of the best. You know what I mean? So like, so the pals at my base, the pals at the base, my house, are gonna be like best of the best, but like at my house. I don't know how to, I don't think I'm explaining this right at all. We can all still technically be best of the best, just like they're not gonna be like bread, is what I mean.
Okay.
Also, why did this place have fall asleep on the stairs? I don't know. Why you say okay, babe?
Um, so yes, it does. So if you have a 1 star pal
Yeah.
and you sacrifice it to another pal, it counts as 5. Or it should count as 5.
Okay.
But any surplus over getting to max are lost. Understandably so. If that's the case, what is the breeding pair?
You make 15 for cryogenic coolants, so that's not gonna be what holds me up.
Brave as
You don't think about.
that will get rid of night owl.
Yeah. Better, 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 better. Was that it? Oh my gosh. I can make it. I can make it. I'm gonna set Nat to it.
No, no, no. Hey, no, 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 la, 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 la. Hey, you. La, 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 la. Hey, you. La 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 la, hey you. La 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 la, hey you.
Get the other birdie out. Where's that one? This. I'm gonna put this guy out here. He's kind of cute. There we go. Aw, adorable. Rain is gone.
Rain.
Hey, you see something cool?
Yeah.
Did you see it?
Oh, base level 22, and we get a 7th base.
Uh-huh.
Ooh.
Right. Sunshiny day. That was very expensive. I mean, not really like expensive. It just took a while because the plasteel and all that. Like, basically, the big part was the fucking oil.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So if you want to think about it, it was really expensive because we had to get the thing for the energy.
True. Yes, it was indirectly expensive.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna go back to the workshop because I want to make myself a defense necklace. That one shouldn't be too expensive because I think it's pretty basic. Yeah, I can make that easy. You want a defense necklace, babe?
A what necklace?
Defense necklace?
What's it called? Is it the lily one?
It's called a defense pendant.
Oh. I don't know if it would give me more than what I currently have, but
I'll make it for you. No, I'll just bring it to you. Where you at? Your base?
my base, yeah.
Ride, some sunny day. All right, where are you at? Here, yeah.
Young. Thank you.
Defense level up 3.
Do they stack?
You can't wear 2 defense pendants.
But like a defense pendant and something else that also gives defense level up.
Maybe.
The way I can
It'll
see.
tell you if it can't. It
Yeah, it does. It does increase it.
nice. What are you wearing? The also.
Lileen's talisman
Oh.
gives defense level up 4. Oh, that's the pals. Her pals.
Oh, that's why.
And they also do more grass damage. Which I do have a grass damage pal. Rotten cherry with me. I want to catch more rum cherries. Ooh. Just philanthropist? Therapist? Okay, okay.
Oh, I'm not gonna have any more feed bags. I just realized I have all 5 of them unlocked. Okay, there's a thing over there that I want to get, and a thing here that I want to get, so I'm gonna go there. But I also still need to check on the chillets. Do you feel like you've done a lot yet?
I feel like my level's way higher than the resources I'm at. And it is. I'm like just getting into Pell Metal.
Mm-hmm.
I sort of skipped refined metal. I mean, I got refined metal tools, but
Yeah. I skipped. I went from metal tools to metal tools. But I'm wearing refined metal armor. But at this point, I'm just gonna make plasteel fucking armor.
nice.
Well, I'm not making it right now. I just meant like I could. I love when I get to my base and can't remember why I came here. Insomnia workaholic. Oh, damn it. Okay. We're gonna put this egg in here because we don't know what it is.
We have a really good production on high quality cloth. I'm just trying to get a pal that I'm just trying to get like a breed-in one that has like working stats rather than just nothing that boosts work production.
I feel like I just like disassociated there because I have no idea what the hell you just said.
We've got good production on high quality
Okay.
now.
Yeah.
High quality cloth.
Okay, good.
It's just I'm trying to breed out some like positive work speed stats.
Yeah. Where's Puffy? Where's Puffy? Says he's working, but I don't know where he is. Oh, he's over here. He's hiding. You little adorable little shit.
Ooh, musket schematic 3 again. I'm close to being able to make those into a legendary musket schematic.
I am accidentally gathering tons of beautiful flowers. just because apparently my pals don't like the petalias that get anywhere near my base.
Yeah, if anything gets near your base, your pals turn hostile.
They're like, no! I should actually set it to, I'm gonna change a few pals settings because I do not want some work. I don't want some of these to attack things. So like I don't necessarily want the chicken to attack or the cow to attack or
Yeah.
the bee guard to attack, even though it would be doing a really good job.
You just want those to stay in their job.
Yeah. Lovey, you don't need to attack. You can if you want to, but you were just a ball of sunshine. Did I figure out what kind of water I wanted? I don't know if I ever figured out what kind of waterer I wanted. Watering pal?
I believe what you wanted was a T-Fant.
Did, but like
Skilled up.
I don't even have a T-Fant to start with. Is it? Oh no! I remember. The Gloopy Primo, the pink one.
Oh yes. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right.
I don't know what those islands are, but this one's the one I've got marked on my map. They're definitely closer. That's the desert area. It's over now. Must be.
Go through and I'm looking at these. I want workaholic, positive thinker, insomnia.
Oops.
Is on this one. Figure it out. There's some people that are so good at breeding, they get like rainbow passives on a fish somehow on their working pals, and it's like, I don't. That's crazy to me. Awesome, but crazy, man.
I was looking up the breeding thing, and if you like expand the list, there's chain. Oops. I'm just not paying
I
attention.
almost said bless you, Jesse, because for some reason it sounded like you sneezed.
But yeah, you can like looking at that website, there's chain pals, so
Yeah.
you could breed this pal and something else that is just completely unrelated, and whatever child it makes can then breed into what you want in.
Mm.
And I think that's how they do it.
I think that might be a lot easier to do once, like, I have at least one of everything.
Yeah.
Then you could, maybe I'll do that. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and say that I'm not gonna put forth my best effort to get the best that I can get right now.
Yeah.
But like later, I could do the chain breeding when I have everything and maybe have a pal with all the best stuff.
Yeah. What is this? No.
Because it does seem like fun to me as somebody who likes breeding, which I do. It might not seem like it because it's like I'm very distracted by all these other things that I can do also. But my end game is literally just like sit and breed.
Sit and breed to prepare for raids. And then maybe raids. And then breed.
I fucking love breeding so much. I will just sit here and just like chat with people all day as I just stare at this egg. Like it's that crazy.
So you know how the breeding time is shorter? Something else that is cool is there's a few different research breeds you can go into, and it also reduces the egg hatching time. I mean,
Ooh,
they,
that's nice.
is this the boss? This is the boss.
To
I don't want
make it real. Okay.
to definitely destroy it, but I don't want to fight it.
There are a couple shrines I want to get.
Yep.
One is near my base and one is near my workshop. And for some reason, I haven't gotten either one of those. Where the fuck am I? Oh, wow. I am directionally challenged for real.
Yeah, I'm just going around to the locations that somehow I've had appear on my map, and I think it's when you do the what's they called? The watchtowers.
Yeah.
If you see like an island in the distance, it appears on your map. But you have to go there, obviously. Is this a lore thing? It looks like it.
Oh, it's a Herbie.
Oh no, this is a Munchill effigy. Interesting.
Ooh, applied handiwork handbook. That's nice. Never let you go. More than words. Was all I never needed you to show. Then you wouldn't have to say that you love me. 'Cause I'd already know. La, da, da, da.
I have the best wife. I have the best wife.
Yay.
For you, baby.
Okay, it's up there. Oh, did I level up again? Shit.
Hmm?
I didn't even realize I leveled up.
Nice.
Giant pouch. Ooh.
Corellamore? Okay, got it from some salvage. I am out of it with my timer on these quick time events for salvage.
No.
Whee! That's something I haven't. Yeah, there's something I have. Well, Corellamore, nice. Corellam. Coral. Carl.
Egg.
A wild spindle appears. Pokemon community game.
Found a huge dragon egg in the volcano area.
Nice. I have no idea what's in it. I'm currently hatching one myself.
A huge dragon egg from the volcano area?
Yeah.
Mm.
No idea what's in it. Wish I did.
I mean, your wish will be granted soon enough.
Yeah. It's one I don't need a genie for.
Whee! Trying to get.
Backing. You're gonna give me a quest or something?
Let's see. 30, 60.
No. No one of that jelly yet. Okay. Pal's got the ability of fireball.
Try and work on making myself the the plus steel armors. I need 10 high quality cloth.
Yeah, I'm skipping 2 pearl steel from metal.
Yeah.
I didn't do the reinforced metal. Apparently one of the bases had a visitor. I don't know when that happened.
I don't know. Cryogenic coolant and flame organs. Okay, so I'm going to make. How many of those do I need?
Some more
One.
speed.
Cryogenic looks really easy. Like, it looks like it's like you see it and you're like, oh god, that's going to be super complicated. And it's just like water mixed with ice.
Yeah, it's so easy.
Why does plasteel take forever to cook? When do I get a better furnace? Because there's no fucking. No, I almost disassembled the base again. There's no way this is like the good furnace when it's just like it takes fucking forever to cook anything.
You got the electric furnace?
Yeah.
There is at least 2 more.
Gigantic furnace is next level.
Yeah.
That's work speed 350%. 12 computers? Bruh.
Computers
150
are
plus steel? Bruh.
I know the last furnace is the ancient furnace. The last tier of things just seem to be ancient tier. So it's very much just okay, because that Brown Cherry was asleep, I one-shot it with a headshot. I was intending to catch it.
Don't you hate when that happens?
Yeah. Ooh. What's this place called? Marsh Church Room? Nice.
Here. Wellness Watcher. I don't know if that's what is Wellness Watcher. Player stamina consumption irrelevant. You're going to be a fire pal for the base. I want to get rid of logging foreman, bruh. What am I supposed to do with logging foreman?
Login foreman seems good if it's specifically on like a login pal, and that's it.
I know. How often am I out there chopping wood?
Never at this point. Well, what?
But
Oh, my screen went black for a moment.
okay, I'm going to go. I need to get the sulfur quarry still, so I need to get 4 more technology points. Who have I got with me? Good team, sounds good to me.
Ihawk?
Go kill that Caperty. Caperty knocks. I might be able to catch it.
There's a Captain not boss, which is nice.
That's what I'm going for.
Oh, cool. Eastern Wild Island.
Think to myself, go, Jesse.
What wonderful world. Ooh. Another one of these things. What are these? Have you found the, like, glowing spots inside the giant skeletons? Get, like, a key item from? I found this is my third one I've found.
No, but I think I know what you're talking about. Because I think I have a quest for it.
Oh.
Let me see, because I think I heard you talking about it as I was falling asleep.
Silent Echo Bone.
So let's find out.
actually have the quest. I wonder who you got it from.
Hold on. If I go to mission and I
Nice.
so let's see. You have. Let me find out if this is. I'll grab it and see if that's what one of these things is. I'm pretty sure it is. I'm pretty sure I know exactly.
Cool. If that's the case, and that's going to be nice.
I just have to check.
Because there's so far been
Just
collecting.
say I'm gonna
like,
kick your ass.
Who? Who's the ass kicking?
She
Oh.
keeps yelling at me.
Oh no, Jessie.
She keeps screaming at me. Oh my god, I thought this was a fast travel, but it's not. The blueprint thing that I haven't seen yet.
Oh. Oh, nice, everyone, Cherry. That's not asleep. I can probably
That's
shoot it
tidy,
in
I
the
don't
head.
want to. I don't know what to tell you. I get somebody else to do it. Pay somebody else to do it. I don't know.
She's just making sure you stay away,
Okay,
Phil.
okay. How's this? Why do you need to clean? Is it because it's just like, oh, you know, you have to, or is it like you have somebody coming over, so you don't want people to see it's being messy? Because if so, what you could do is just call that person before they get there and start crying and tell them you just got robbed. Just saying. Oh, if you don't do it, it won't get done. Yeah. I mean, who needs to do it? Movie
Yeah.
done. Congratulations. Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Okay. I'm gonna find out if this
Welcome
is.
back, Russia Fox. Since you've been gone, I had a nap and
I
then
did.
finished the nap.
I had a nap. Finished the nap. It's a good nap.
Gremlin child.
Ah, I see.
And dishes.
Ugh, dishes.
Yuck. What was the movie?
Ooh, yeah. What movie were you watching?
Seafoam Echobone? Then yes, 100% I know exactly what you're going after. I'll show you where the quest is.
Well, I can tell you the 3 locations I found.
Oh,
Well,
you
I
don't
think
have to. You don't have to. I've got markers to show me where each of them are. You just have happened to find them.
Oh, okay. So because I don't have the quest, I don't have the markers.
Yeah. Let me see if any of the other ones are like inaccessible.
Hmm.
That one's accessible. That one's accessible. And that one I haven't been to, but I assume is accessible. So I'm going to mark where I am in a second. Project Hail Mary, your brother's an idiot. Is it good? Mark on my map. Or mark on your map where I am right now.
Oh, I haven't even been to that area. It's blank for me. I guess that's where you get the quest from.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. And I'm gonna go get the other bones.
Oh, another shipwreck island. Okay, this was the shipwreck island.
Okay. How you doing?
Oh, welcome back, Milky. Yeah, how are you doing? You finally back home from your holiday?
You like Jesse? That was a weird question. I'm sorry. Do you like my Quivern Botan that is named Jesse? Or you can let me know if you like Jesse. I'm not gonna tell nobody. Except for Jesse's here, so like
Oops, I did not mean to throw that hypersphere.
You're like, I mean, it's a friend. Known her since I was a teenager. Hmm. Okay, let's go back the other way, I guess. This way. Hello, thank you, thank you. Congratulations on throwing 9 plushies. I too strive to throw 9 plushies in total. I need it to be August 1st. Like, not because I don't want to play Palworld, because I do, but like, I want my new model. It is so fucking cute, and you guys don't even know.
It is adorable. It is so adorable.
I want to show it off so bad. I'm so fucking mad. Ugh. My phone vibrate.
Your phone did vibrate.
Hit my mom. Technically. But it wasn't to me, it was to my sister. They were talking about breakfast place. Just sending pictures of the kids, I guess.
Ew, breakfast days.
Ooh, my. Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't see you there. My bad.
9 plushies. I wanted you to do this and not blow the hell out of that tentacle or whatever it is.
Vertical.
Vertical. Vertical.
Now I have 3 echo bones. And I'm gonna go for a 4th after trying to take down this. Am I gonna try and take that down? What level is that? 45? If it's 45, I think I could do it.
Oh my god,
9
said
plushies, punishable offense by execution of plushie
It
throws.
said the only need
No!
to return to Earth from space is just coming at an angle, which is not just what you do, but he is sticking to his word. I mean, if you want to burn up while coming in from space, yeah.
Were you talking about the return of the. Oh, that's level 55. My bad. My bad. I'm sorry. Tristan apparently is able to handle it, but not me. I'm a bitch.
Hmm?
And I was trying to avoid the German tide thingy. I'm not ready to catch that one yet. Too much of a pussy. Last time I tried catching one, it was in my single player world, and I was like 10 levels above it, and it kicked my ass. I almost died.
You won't be vaporized trash. Trust. So how was the
Will be
social
vaporized.
construct, Milky?
Oh, never mind. You were talking about.
Yeah.
Ignore me. I'm just talking to myself, it seems.
You won't
I
be
like that
vaporized.
he says trust because like I do that shit all the time. I just like use trust I don't just say like trust me for whatever reason. I just trust. I fucking love that. I'm glad that he does it too. Because like I don't run into a lot of people that do that. But normally I use it whenever I mean I don't use it in like sarcastic sense mostly. I use it in a um as a finisher for like if I'm giving advice to somebody. Trust.
Saying trash, not trust. Okay.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Trash.
I'm sorry. My bad. I don't like you anymore. I liked you for a second when I thought. Yeah, how dare you? Okay, hold on. Do I now have enough to make at least the plasteel? No. Don't do this to me. Okay, there it is. No, I don't. expensive. It's fine.
You heard trash from Tristan before? Probably. I can't speak well.
He's Australian. Well, so are you, I guess. Fucking Australians. I say, as an American living in Australia. Please, Australian government, give me permanent residency. Fucking
First things
Australians.
first is you have to invent presidency in Australia. We don't have presidency.
I didn't say presidency.
Isn't that what you said?
I said, please, Australian government.
Oh, residency.
Oh, yeah, permanent residency.
Oh, I thought you said
Yes, give me the presidency.
Australian government. Give me residency. Presidency.
I would like to be the president of Australia, please.
President.
Please, Mr. Government.
Please, Mr. Government.
Okay.
I'm here. I'm married to Australian boy.
I'm married to Australian boy. I'm married Australian. I think I could say fuck Australians. Not. Oh my god, that was a terrible sentence. That is not what I meant to say.
Literally or figuratively?
Well, in your case, literally.
Not giving advice to someone else to just find an Australian and
Yep, just find an Australian, fuck them.
yeah, all your problems will be solved. Maybe. This advice is sponsored by the Australian government.
Do you ever just like say something and it's like it's not necessarily bad, it's just like way more aggressive sounding than you meant it?
Yes.
That's what happened with my whole fuck Australians comment. Is
Well, you think you're being
it
aggressive.
sounded way more. It just said it sounded more aggressive than I meant it. I'm taken, so find somebody else, please, people in chat.
Yeah, I'm taken too. Find another Australian.
The good thing is it does seem based on like my extended research into Australians, they do seem to like foreigners.
That's because Australian people suck.
I have met quite a few foreigners here who the only reason they're here is because they got married to an Australian. Said, no, why are there not many? There are plenty of Australians. Just not
There's
in.
plenty of Australians. If you want a good one, then there's not many.
Yeah. Well, no, not necessarily. I've met I don't know. To be fair, I don't really talk to a lot of guys. I don't talk to a lot of Australian dudes.
There's a lot of Australian guys who their entire personality is boys' night.
Oh.
Or like going to the pub.
Like, I don't think I've seen a lot of, I mean, like, there's Aussie Dan. I think he might be I think he might be married though.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. Like, I think every Australian dude I know is in a relationship. Oh my god, I found the icy village. How cute. I found the igloos.
Nice.
Uh-huh. Okay. Yeah, I'll do it.
Oh,
That's not what I want to do right now. Was that my quest for that? Was that my next? I doubt that was the next quest.
my brother isn't because he's a nerd.
Oh.
He wasn't your dad. You just want to move to Australia. We'll just adopt you.
Yeah. We don't have kids.
We don't have kids. We don't want kids. We'll just have, an adult.
She's totally a child. Can't you tell? She's short. And then they'll be like, she's taller than you.
Oh my god.
You know what I'm so happy about right now?
Coolest.
I'm hoping that it's because of my armor, because if not, I might die. But I am...
A nightmare bow tie? Ooh. Oh,
I hear
oh.
sparkly. I hear sparkles. Where are they coming from? Up, down, left, right.
Dodge, duck, dip, dive,
Hear them.
and dodge.
Where's it coming from? I'm losing it. This game makes you crazy.
I'm dead.
Oh, I found a red thingy. What is that?
No.
Oh, ruby effigy.
That's a really.
Oh, cool. I haven't even run into a nightmare yet.
I've got a pilot's license, so I help you business.
There you go.
Because he says she is taller than you.
And he has lots of planes too, just like none of them work. Where the fuck is this sparkly pal? I sense I'm getting further from it.
If you can still hear it, you're looking in its general direction, or you're right next to it. Is the only advice I can give. Snuggle people in Australia legally, of course. We love legal smuggling.
Oh my god. I have so much anxiety. My brain is like, I know the glorious Russian fox truly actually works for the fucking Australian government. And he's here to catch me slipping up on something about the Australian government in order to deny my visa.
Are you our FBI agent but Australian?
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god.
My paranoia is wild sometimes, dude.
ASIC or something? I don't fucking know.
Sometimes my paranoia.
Spy industry.
Sometimes I'm completely convinced that Tristan hates me, and this has been like this all like this huge, like
She is.
huge
Confirmed.
joke, huge massive joke at my expense, and he's gonna just like leave me. Like, like if I go to the store, I'm afraid he'll lock me out of the house and just not give me the key and not answer the door, and that's his way of leaving me is just by locking me out.
While you're over the road, I just completely just moved out.
Yeah, pretty much. Oh, what the fuck? What's that thing? I'm losing my mind. I'm losing it. Here, I'm not hitting nothing.
Nice. Went further than the other ways. There? Yeah. It simply moves the house. Not my
Oh
fault.
no!
Oh my god, it's like my classroom. I can move if you put it in the back of a truck. That is one thing with Australian schools, is they're all in fucking temporary classrooms because they don't make them big enough for the amount of residential area.
Did it despawn? Yes, it despawned because I don't see it anymore.
Inventory is full, apparently.
Yeah. Is there a boss thing in here? What is in here? Oh, I'm going in, but like, I don't know what I'm expecting to find in here. Cause like, it's not a dungeon, but it doesn't say there's a boss near me either, so I could just have not registered it on my map yet.
Where are you? Oh.
Oh! Shit. Oh, it's a timer thing. Oh, cool. Sissy's dead!
No!
Kill him!
There was a fast travel point here that I
Go.
just didn't get.
Jesse died.
Oh.
Islanders tool belt schematic. What?
Ooh.
What is that?
What
One
is
in
that?
inventory unlocks recipe for Island's tool belt. That tells me nothing.
Yep. You have to go to your base to be able to tell what it does.
That's okay.
Why would it be?
So, yeah, there was a fucking thing underground. I
Nice.
Poor Jesse's dead. You'll be okay. It'll be fine. Sims is here. Sims will get us out of here. I never carry 2 flyers on me. This is like the one time I did, and it really worked out in my favor. Apparently, ice is very strong against grass. And also, we already knew you were like incredibly weak to begin with.
Oops.
Not that you weren't weak. You're very strong. You're very strong. You're just very you had like no defense. You got beaten up by a level 30 ice mouth. I would not know how to describe that thing. It's a mouth. It's a mouth with legs. Ice mouth with legs. I'd say that it was a whale, but a fish maybe? I don't know.
Let's see what this huge dragon egg was. Oh, the Relaxosaurus. Nice.
Oh, maybe that's what mine was. I didn't open it. I'm just trying to get to this waypoint up here is always the worst one to get to, and I always die trying to get to it because it takes me so long to get to it. It turns night, and then I freeze to death.
My favorite reason to death.
So I'm just taking it slow with Sims. Sims is gonna help me survive. I did my best to describe it. I said I don't know how to describe it. I just did my best. But it was level 30. Jesse's level 39. She should have kicked its ass. But she didn't get to hit it. She got hit by it first. So I think that it was just type weak to her or type strong to her. And her defense was already low, so it's a shame. Please, please don't do this to me. Here. Perfect.
And I get a upgraded storage.
We need to cook.
We need to cook, Jesse.
What you cooking?
Meth.
Oh. Oh. I know Milky did that. Are you and Milky the same person?
Hexaline. This is Hexaline. Bastille. Is there a Palmetal chest?
Hive mind, fair enough. Because for a while, like, whenever I first started streaming, it was just Jesse and Milky that were in chat. So he would call himself Walter White because Jesse was Jesse.
Oh, that is lovely.
So it's just Jesse and Walter White in my chat.
That's filter by storage. Magical storage.
Okay, well, you can't have mine. My Wumpo is my Wumpo. Fuck off. Getting a bunch of huge ice eggs. Maybe they're Vanworm crysts.
Magical.
I want that down
Storage.
there. Oh god, I hope that those things don't attack me. Whee! flying down the hill. This is how we save stamina. We just fall. Hank, don't abbreviate cyberpunk, Hank. Oh no. Oh no. Neptilius's talisman schematic. Ooh. Do I know what that does? No, I do not. Ooh. I found a quiver. I would say maybe my egg is a quiver egg, but I don't think so. I think that's still going to be a dragon egg. It'd be cool if it was a frostallion egg. I'd be really happy about that. But I don't think I can find a frostallion egg. But to be fair, I don't know what the fuck I can find anymore. Why the fuck is there a bushy over here? So fucking random. A bushy. It's like my bushy knocked, but it's just not knocked. It's day, I guess. Wow, I'm very good at explaining things today.
Unknown.
Unknocked, exactly. Alright, I'm gonna get off and bring Bushy. Oh my god, it's cold. Bushy, you warm? Sweet. If I hang out with Bushy, I'm good. Yeah. Wumpo charm schematic. Why do I have a feeling that has something to do with carry weight? Okay, apparently the only reason I've been able to stay warm up here in this cold mountains is because Sims is fire. Because I got off of him and immediately freezing. It was like intense cold.
Yes. Yes. That'll do it.
Ew. Okay, that was cool. I don't understand. I don't understand. I understand. I don't understand. Okay. Don't worry about it. No biggie. You stand under. Or stand you under. Okay. Confirm that you and Milky are probably the same person because there's so much.
Yeah, I think they are the exact same person. Definitely. as confirmed here.
Even though I'm pretty sure there's probably, based on my guess, probably maybe 20 years between the two.
Maybe.
I don't know how old Russian Fox is. I'm just guessing based on, like, I'm assuming land ownership and amount of shit that he owns in his 30s. Finally, this whole island is there any more fast travel points? Yes, there's one down here. I think I'm gonna go get that. And then there's one over here as well. So I'll probably go to that, fast travel here, and then go to that. Go north, yeah. Yes. Build the item depicted in the faded schematic. Hmm. Untrust.
I would untrust too.
So confused. Why are we untrusting? Are you not in your 30s?
No, he said that before. He said it was related to something from before, but I've forgotten what it was.
Oh. Oh, fair enough. We've moved on. Smooth brain. If you're talking about me, you're right.
My brain like koala. No wrinkles.
Very smooth.
Schematic.
Oh, over there. When September ends. Is that a Hangyu crest? How cute! It's purple.
Oh, a purple crest?
Hangyu
Interesting.
crest. It could be blue and the colors over here just.
That's still cute.
Damn it. Airwalker MK1 schematic. Fabulous. Why? Because I did not want to unlock those. And now I don't have to. I like that Sims is a girl and Jesse's a boy. It makes me happy in a weird way. Everybody's just so gender fluid in the chat. Exotic sphere. Assembly sphere. Advanced sphere assembly line. Oh god, I don't have enough points to unlock all this shit. I should have started with the gigantic furnace. You're just fluid. Fair enough. I was getting ready to say something, then I realized I was just going to be incredibly misconstrued. I'm just not allowed to talk.
This one is skill for.
Ooh. what he sounds like. He sounds like a crow. What you typing up a storm about?
Chests.
You naming chests?
Yeah. I'm actually working on my storage.
Nice, nice. Does naming the chest actually do anything, or is that for just your own? Breaking the ceiling stone and the path shall open. Oh, okay.
Just for us.
Aggressive. Come here.
Yeah, I'm basically making an organized storage area.
Mylene Knox talisman. And a lot of talismans. Talisman blueprints out here.
Talisman's going with you. Talisman's going with you. Huh?
I don't know what you're saying to me.
Shake my head, my head.
I didn't. I'm just wondering if maybe I didn't hear you. Okay. Is that all of them in this area? Yeah, I think the only area I haven't really like fully unlocked. Well, I guess the desert, yeah. Oh, you need that too. And some of these little islands. Oh, and the volcano, obviously. I haven't finished that either. Still a lot to do. But let's take a stop back to the workshop so we could drop some stuff off and then find out what these blueprints are for. Or these talisman, well, whatever the blueprints, all of them. And we'll put Jessie in here because she's sad that she's a little dead. Just a little dead.
That indeed is pretty saddening.
I believe she's sad that she's dead. I thought it was what everybody wanted. I'm kidding. That was really dark. I'm sorry. Sense of humor's fucked. Okay, I know what that is. I know what that is. I know what that is. I don't know what these four things are. Let's find out. What do you mean, not enough electricity? What have you been doing? You're now not allowed to do anything else. Nope, no transporting for you. Nope, you're fucking fired. You are not supposed to ever let this shit go out. Nope, you don't even get to work on handicraft things. You have one job. One job now, and that is to keep that bitch energized. Okay, let's see. Send him to Detroit. Yep, that's where he's going. I didn't want to make him a power plant, but now he is. A bone flute recreated by deciphering a faded schematic, its clear tone echoing endlessly beyond the horizon, would likely call forth the Oath Keeper, the legendary Ocean King. You know, might as well. Oh, that was really fast. Okay, let's see what this other stuff is. This is an accessory that greatly raises carrying capacity. It also significantly increases work speed. Max carrying capacity 4, speedy worker 4. Ooh, but that needs ancient bark. Then we have Wumpo Charm, an accessory with incredible resistance to cold, greatly reduces incoming ice damage. Cold resistance 3, ice damage reduction 4. That's nice. Neptilius's talisman. Defense of POW fighting alongside you also significantly raises water damage. Then Lily Nox talisman, same but increases dark damage. I think that's it. Outside of the flute that I've just made, which show echoing flute to the ancient civilization researcher. I will do that. Oh yeah. I still need these things. The ingots to make these guys. I feel like really quiet.
It did get really quiet all of a sudden.
Music stop, or is it just like,
It could be between songs
oh
and
no.
started. Did it stop? No.
There you go. Because I was wondering, because I know that at the end of some classic rock songs, there's just this fucking quiet for a while. It was you. It's your fault, Russian. Fuck you. Just wanna. I'm gonna show this to this person. Hello. Oh, there you are. Welcome back. Well, how'd it go? Oh. Whoa. Whoa. Is that a flute you have there? It is, and it's a bone flute. Is it the bone from the gargantuan remains? How did you manufacture it? What kind of sound does it make? Oops, I've forgotten my manners again. Sorry, I just get so excited. But a flute makes total sense. I wonder what kind of effect it will have on the shrine. Let's give it a try right now. Oh wait, I suppose we really don't know what we're in for. Best make sure you're fully prepared before we go. You've only got yourself to blame if anything goes wrong.
Oh, where?
I'm gonna leave. I'm not coming back here for a while. No, I think he's endgame things. I'm pretty sure it's the whale that takes you to the sanctuary.
Tree.
Yeah,
Oh,
that I said sanctuary, didn't I?
yeah.
Sorry. I'm not very bright sometimes. What the fuck? How did this happen? How did this happen? I was pretty sure I was trying to hatch a chillet, and for some reason I got a Ragnarok. Worst chillet I've ever seen. Hit him with a mop, a massive ordnance penetrator. Ooh, sounds aggressive.
Mm.
I think it is. I think 57,000 pounds. Look at you speaking in pounds. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why it says nan sometimes and
Maybe it
and
only
na
counts
and
to
one. I don't know. It counts to one. It doesn't know numbers above one.
Welcome in, Purple Scented.
Welcome.
Thank you for the raid. I
Yes,
hope everyone
yes.
had a wonderful
Does the bone
wonderful
flute
time
go in my
playing
key item slot? I imagine so. Yep, there it is right there. I get this. Key purpose is its purpose is hey, you're hiding in a bunker. I want to join too. Insert cute explosion here. Cute explosion. Pew.
uh, why did I randomly get a Pell Sphere out of the green?
Just looking at. How was your stream, Purple Scented? How was your stream? I need to know. Mostly because I'm nosy. Let's be real. Anything exciting? I am gonna put this in here somewhere. You pulling anybody out of here?
Just weighing me down.
It was great. It felt like I could build stuff. Felt like I built stuff most of it. Honestly, that's such a mood. There's some times where I just feel like I'm just running around doing nothing, but I know I did stuff, done stuff. But it feels like nothing. Wee. We're gonna go to this dungeon now. Why not? There's so much to do. It doesn't.
That's just eggs.
It doesn't ever feel like you do anything. I feel like I've done nothing all day. I have. I've done a lot. I should hope so. It's been 13 hours. Ooh. Pull him out because scared, you know. I don't know what to expect in here, and some things have laser beams at this level. It's a very pretty. Oh, bushy. Bushy, bushy v bushy. Good job.
And what
Very
is
pretty dungeon.
here?
Remember, if you can't hit the enemy because they're underground, make the bombs heavier to touch them underground. Alright, fair enough. I'll try to remember this. Oh, these little lanterns are pretty.
Do you remember?
I want the ability to build these bridges. That's what I want.
She doesn't remember.
I didn't hear what you said.
I said, do you remember?
The 31st day of September.
Yeah. She remembers. You are you. I don't remember. Please make
Okay, there's multiple routes. Let's go this way.
some more minestrone, and then I need
Oh no.
Heldium fragments. Oh, I need to set you back to mining ore. What's all that? You fixed assignment. Ore mining site. Go blaze them up. Get in the ore mining site.
He's like, I hate bridges.
I don't know. No, ooh, item decay speed, the reduction. Gonna be nice.
He's much stronger than all these other bougie knocks. Because we put a lot of love into him. A lot of condensed stuff. So just because he's the same level doesn't mean he's on the same level, you know.
Yeah, like it's a massive increase. Like his skill increases by the amount of damage he does. That seems a little if I follow you. Yeah. Very comfortable. Very comfortable. Cool.
Can't hit you anymore. If I do, you'll die. There we go. Boppity bippity, your breathing is now. No, fuck you. Aw, man, I hate when that happens. Why do people get me with that? It makes me yawn.
The simple solution is murder. Wellness Watcher? What does that do?
Hi, welcome in. Sorry, it wasn't me. I didn't
Someone
say
said,
it.
what?
I'm a nice
Oh
person.
no!
I'm nice and fabulous. I would never ever say naughty words.
Oh
I've never
no!
said a naughty word in my life. Ooh.
We're gonna get cancelled.
I don't know what I said.
Back.
Oh, yeah, that was me. Ah. No, no, don't kill him. Don't kill him. Don't kill him. I want him. I want him. I haven't got that yet. No, stop trying to hit me. I will murder you. Like, I don't care. Suntan lover. Well, no wonder he was surviving against Ryuma. You're old and hard of hearing, so it's possible. What? Honestly, mood though. I get that. So I put subtitles on my stream. I have no idea what it says. They could be terrible subtitles. But they're there. I don't know. I don't know. I really don't know because I don't watch my own stream. Oh, it's a Shroomer knocked. A boss knocked. A boss Shroomer knocked. I want it. All right, let me pull it back in. Hold on, hold on. Who we got? Who do we got? Who gets less dangerous? Sims, get out there.
Yo.
God. I want him. He's so cute. I love him already. If he dies, I'm just gonna be so sad.
You gotta become a war criminal.
Yep. No, don't attack me. No, don't attack. We're gonna be friends. Oh my god. Please, no hyper beams. It's so unnecessary. We can be friends. No. Stop. Let's be friends. No, fuck you.
Why can't
We
we
be
be
friends.
friends?
Why can't we be friends? Oh my god. Stop. Stop. We're gonna be besties. Oh my god. No. 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 Oh my gosh. My Dazzy is not helping me. Swear to God.
You're listening while you're playing? Oh, nice. Yeah, we've been playing lots. This is a great game to
Okay, look. He's down to 53. He's down to 53. Bruh. Fine. Legendary Spirited. Jesus. Really? He has 1 health. 1. Fucking finally. What the hell? What are those passives that he has? What happened? What happened? Oh, listen, yeah, my chat for some reason didn't go down. I hate when it does that because then I have to stop everything I'm doing and scroll down manually. 3 ancient technical manuals. Nice.
The glorious Russian fox said.
Fuck. Oh. Sweet. Now I can get the sulfur thingy. Okay.
Nice, 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 nice. Bum, 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 bum.
You love salt? That was so random.
Are we salt in the earth?
Ew. Speed elixir. Take that. Now I have Catrice's hair. I feel like this is awkward. Like it's used to make clothing. I'm like, really? Out of her hair? Alright. Oh my god. I literally can't even finish making this. He's nocturnal. He should be able to do this shit, but he can't because... Oh my god. Oh my god. I did not realize how tiny the normal Puffle was. I've been so used to seeing Puffy, I forgot how small they are. Holy shit.
They are tiny.
They're so tiny. He's doing his best.
Okay.
It'll do forever.
Ooh. Green Syndicate oil rig, Green Syndicate test drilling rig. Okay.
I want to go through and I want to scroll down.
I
Just
explore that and explore the desert.
check all these ones that I have already marked off. That's new, I guess. That's new. What else is new? New.
I will be back soon.
I'll be back.
I'll be Arnold.
Palmer?
Actually, gonna put some eggs in before I go. Moldrum? No idea what that is or how I got it, but yay.
A what?
A Moldron.
Um,
Firepower. I got it from, I think one of the eggs from a large egg from the volcano.
I see.
Anyway, I love you, honey.
Love you too, babe. Okay, see you in an hour.
Take it too.
Oh no. Okay, let's see what those passives that Shroomer had, because what the fuck? That thing was not wanting to go down. Increase in dark damage, which is the damage that it does. And then increase in lightning attack damage, which it does not do. Just want him to like live here. Can you swap things out for 3, 3? Yes, 3, 3, 3. 3 technically. If we put Wumpo exclusively on We put bump exclusively on transporting. And bring in the shroom or not to do both planting and gathering. Or let's pull this back for a minute. Let's put that back out there. Even if we just swap that out as a gatherer, I'd be fine with that. For now. Oh, and it doesn't sleep? Hell yeah. Don't you dare fucking chop down trees. I'll kick your ass. Look at him. He's so cute. I'm so happy. I never know what to respond to some of your message there, Fox. Okay. What have we got here? Downtrodden, dainty eater, insomnia. Nope. Nope. God, I'm not getting lucky with these at all. I want more incubators. I hate doing one at a time. It's so annoying. Or that better incubator, you know? I'm gonna go make the sulfur thingy at the workshop because I have to. I don't have to, but I should. A lot of miners. Then we have things that chop trees. I don't need a bunch of shit that chops trees. Okay, I'm gonna try and dedicate some areas to these guys. Fixed assignment. Okay, we've got the coal quarry. Let's give it to super necessary. Actually, hold on, let's start down here.
The glorious Russian fox
Why isn't
said
he
in all
getting stuck?
seriousness, being singular, but seriously. The mathematical formula c squared equals a squared plus b squared is stupid. I don't like the color yellow. This is because I don't like the color yellow.
Understandable. The mathematical formula a squared plus b squared equals c squared is just like, it doesn't matter if you think it's stupid or not, it's just a formula. just a theorem. A Pythagorean theorem. Sorry. Here. Logging site. Let's give that to this fucker. Shut up. Rude. Okay. I want to make this prettier, but like, honestly, I don't know how, so. Not right now, at least. What do I need to do, actually? Can I make this again? No. Okay, I'm going to take this really quick. And I want to see if they fixed something. I don't know if they did or not. They may have, they may not have. I don't know. But my thing is I want to see if this thing is... Does it still have a thing coming out of the bottom of it? Yes. So I hate that. There we go. Okay. What's his ability? Yes. 6 fire, 7 mining. He has 5 fire. We could set him to do that. I know he's not as good at it, but like... It doesn't make sense for him to do it during the night either because it constantly runs out of electricity at night. And then we will put him on... Let's get this guy here.
The glorious Russian fox said x equals a cubed times square root pi. This formula I just made up so it's stupid. The color green isn't on the table of elements. This is because green is a wanted felon. I just stole my car. P.
You concern me. You want more of whatever you're on? Oh my god, that I am curious. How much drink have you had? None? Well, then I'm extra impressed. What is that guy doing? Why can he not do this? Is it, oh, that's because there's nothing on there right now. Well, let's fucking set him up to do it then. I don't know what I do with all this fiber. I don't think it really matters. Just have it, I guess.
The glorious Russian fox said I'm very mature for my age. Open bracket. I'm not. Close bracket.
Good lord. Basically, I'm just setting that up there so that he can be assigned to it. Why is he not able to? Am I losing my mind? Like is he just like refusing? No. Oh, I see. I have him set to not do water stuff. Okay, that's why. Okay, we're gonna put the critical away. Okay, so the mining sites, then we've gone for the water. Got this guy for handicraft stuff along with that one and this one. This one's for medicine, electric generation. Okay, and then fire, electricity, water, wood. And once we get the other wood thing back, because he's not working right now. We could get the other wood thing back. Or we can set him up on transporting right now. He's not a bad transporter. I think this looks good. Not sure why he's decided everybody's gonna chop trees and hit rocks and stuff from inside, but you know, whatever. Whatever floats your boat, I guess. All right. I think that should go a lot smoother. Steel. Each one needs 30, and I already have 3, so we need 50 something. We'll just make 60. Easier. Time to lock in. That's what I'm saying. Hmm. I don't know why I'm carrying this shit around. I don't need to carry it around. I could just put it in here and it'd be fine. Go to the house. Wait, hold on. I wanted to make another egg hatcher thingy. What do I need for that? 5 cloth? Yeah, okay. Make more? Yes. Yes, I can. And then 10, 20, 30. Yeah, whatever. And then 30, 90. That looks good to me. All right. A person under a blanket is under a blanket. Yep. And they're probably very warm. See what I'm gonna do? Watch this shit. Now we could do 4 at once. Oh look, all 4. So good at this game. Oh, I see. It didn't fit. Okay. I don't ever wanna feel like I did that day. Take it to a place I love. Take it all away. I don't ever wanna feel like I did that day. Take me to the place I love. Take me all away. Hey, yeah, yeah. I wanna feel like I did that day. Take me to the place I love. Take me all the way. I don't ever wanna feel like I did that day. Take me to the place I love. Take me all the way. Yeah, yeah. Oh, oh. Yeah, yeah. Oh, oh. Yeah, yeah. These messages wasn't sent. I don't know. I see I and a person under the blanket. It's under the blanket. I don't know what's missing. that my Spotify again?
The glorious Russian
No,
fox said
just
sent
at the
I
end of the
wasn't
phone.
these message.
I almost called you Sims. I didn't mean to do that. Cloth, wooden board, nails. That was way more nails than I meant to make, but okay. Maybe thinking to yourself, what goes on in your head? Stay out of my head. It's mine, not yours. You know what? You are absolutely right. I'm trying to be crazy, man. But I assume you've got your reasons. And I'll let those reasons be yours. These ceilings are wrong. These right here are wrong. This is wrong, and this is wrong, and this is wrong. I think the other ones are fine. Yeah. Carbonation. Is it been soda? Energy drink? Mm. I don't want to do that though. How many pals are in here? How many pals we got? Because I think it's a good number of pals in here. 5, 6, 13. Okay. Two, 4, 6. I think I'm veering off at an angle. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Start with that. Nope. I feel like these. No, I can't do this here. This is gonna be terrible. They're gonna be so squished against the wall. These guys are big. These are big, chonky boys. I was in Brisbane doing whatever it was called, and doing some guy stopped me at a bus stop and said to me, "The carbonation, man, it's killing me." Really? Tell you, it's a little odd, but some people are odd. I don't remember how many I was making. Say 9, 8 plus 5, 14? I'll make 15. What is wrong with my music? Where is it gone? It's so quiet. This is like the quietest song in the world. Is it literally? I think my Spotify broke because it's like not changing songs. Yes, right. Click that. There we go. That was weird. That was so strange. 5, 10, 15, 20. Okay. Yesterday. I don't know why I did that because I have a bunch of beds down here that I could have just broke. So I need how many for this? Okay, I think I've got enough to make 2 of those. Thank you so much for following, Dr. Sicko. Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, down here. So will this automatically link up? Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. Oh, that's not too shabby. Yeah, alright. That's not too bad. Okay, there we go. It is a little weird that the leaves are sticking out of the top here, but oh, thanks, I appreciate it. I just really like classic rock. Makes me happy. So now because I have so many. The whole reason I think I started building the second floor is because I was like, I'm running out of storage space, and I knew I needed more for the blueprints. Put the blueprints up here and put the other stuff down there. Probably have one of these. Hi, babe. I don't think so. What? Okay. I love you too. I need more iron, but I would like this thing to finish being cooked first. And I'm wondering if I should... No, I'm not super worried if I'm pressed for time or nothing. Ever watched Yellow Submarine? I've not seen it. I'll just have the other guys fix it. Whatever. I want to get this organized too, and then I can hopefully get the outside organized as well, make it look nicer. Not that this is like the fanciest place or whatever, but you know. Thank you for the follow, Jade. Welcome in. 3 follows away from my goal. I'm so excited. Thank you. Well, my first goal. Well, not first goal. First goal. Yeah, all right. Ooh, someone else got a follower.
I got a follow?
Yeah.
Oh my god, I wasn't even here.
You got one just now.
Oh, thank you for the follow. I just got back. Oh, thank you, Jade.
I've been working on redoing the or organizing the warehouse. Not warehouse. Workshop.
Oh.
I moved all the beds upstairs.
Have you ever seen the rain? Anyway, did I miss anything interesting while I was gone, other than the follow? Did you beat the game without me?
Uh-huh.
No.
I was reorganizing. And I also have prioritized my entire like base is now like Memets. My entire workshop is like Memeth Central.
Interesting. Nice.
Trying to reorganize some things. But for the most part, Mammoths. Also,
How are my pals getting stuck up here?
how do we how we do what?
Let me give them a
There we go. There we go.
staircase.
We had something there. Jesse! Kick your ass. I think you're back alive now, Jesse.
That's why she wants revenge.
Wasn't my fault she died. It's her fault for being weak. Gonna be
Oh, I hatched a Thwack Ignis from a damp egg I found somewhere. Like, it's a common egg.
Oh, so now you have a little pink duck.
Mm-hmm.
Very cute.
Where's Jules?
Obviously, you have her. She's right in front of you.
Mm. But yeah, thank you very much for the follow, Jade.
Slide are the cats. Oh, that got that way.
Caprine meat goes in the fridge. Mm. Mm. Oh, Brando.
Oh, wow. Welcome back. Welcome back. Sorry, it's been a long day.
Welcome back, Brando.
I'm not saying wow as in like, oh, where have you been? That's not what I meant. What are you doing, Mammoth? Oh, you're eating. Okay. No? You were in bed? Mm-hmm. Sure. Can't stay long because I got another appointment. Like, fair enough. That's totally fine. I just like giving you shit because it's funny. It amuses me.
It's nice to see you again.
Mm-hmm. I think I can put down normal tree thing over here. But at some point, I will want...
It is an appointment, which is not the kind you're thinking. So it's a date.
I wasn't thinking it was a date. Now I wonder if he has a gynecologist appointment. It definitely wasn't the appointment I was thinking.
I mean, I thought it was like a doctor's appointment at first, but
Now you're thinking gynecologist? Yep.
yeah.
Oh my.
Oh, okay.
That's an appointment.
So it's an appointment.
Oh my god, don't say it like that.
I'll say it however I want.
Alright. Oh my lord. These are fucking gay.
Yeah, you're just gonna go around and point at things, right?
Come look at the workshop. It looks so much nicer now.
Okay, honey.
I don't have all of the production things right on top of each other.
Mm.
I could move those. Still have room for more production thingies. And then you go inside. And you've got all these beds.
Oh, the workshop. Ooh, you got sofa, nice. Upstairs, storage, and well-spaced beds, and I got nice spring.
I had to well space them. Do you know how awkward it looks like to have like 20 mammoths piled on top of each other? Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Yeah. You know how awkward it is to have a giant sea dragon?
Hey, you want a tip?
Yeah.
Okay, look. So if you put... Actually, just come upstairs so I can show you because it's better to show you upstairs. Okay. So... Okay. Are you upstairs? Okay. Okay, so let's say I want to put this here and this here and this here to have them evenly spaced, right? And then you can take these like this and it will snap next to the pillar. That way you can...
Oh, you can place them in the middle.
Uh-huh. And they're
Oh,
further spaced apart. Because they
yeah.
don't really like, they don't really snap to the floors.
The only thing they snap to is themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Or
Or
the
pillars. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's smart.
Mm-hmm.
So Sunday, so there are no doctors open. Oh, we have a doctor's that's open on Sunday, but they charge us
God
extra
forbid
fee.
you get sick on a Sunday. But yeah, now everybody's got their little dedicated workspaces. Yeah, come look at my little work thingy here. Come look over here. It's so nice. The fixed work assignment management.
I'm gonna come over here because just teleport
Look,
away.
look. Clinic and then mammoth. Ore mining site 2. and then the logging site too, and then that. And then the furnace, the crusher, and the power generator. Everybody has their jobs except for
And then you have a couple that are just wandering around.
like the bunny is running around
Taking a
and
walk.
PX0 is running around. They're just kind of like filling in the gaps. But it's also relaxed, so.
Yeah. I fractured my elbow on the 22nd of December once. And I had to wait in the patient room, or in the waiting area of the emergency department, because I did it at like 1 a.m. We had to wait for 10 hours for a doctor to get in. Got the X-rays done. They just needed a doctor that could talk to me about the X-rays. They weren't in.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. Why am I climbing? I've got a flyer.
Yeah. I hate why are we doing this?
That's why I'm climbing. It's broken. There we go. Bye bye, Brando. I hope you have a wonderful appointment.
Appointment. Hurt. Mhm. It's horrible, but bye. What? Have fun.
Level 70 boss. Okay.
For loving you, baby. You were made for loving me. The
Only one I
only
need that one. Tap on. Tap on.
spaced out again.
That's okay. space out as much as you want, honey. I'm just jamming.
Yeah. Trying to like.
It's another. That's Bushi on this island. Okay. Level 36. Oh no.
Oh, let's put that in here. Yeah. Whoa, Jesus Christ. You guys were not that fucking hungry. Don't even fucking lie to me. I picked up the food for 2 seconds to move something, and then I put it back in. You guys are like, oh my God, I was starving. No, you were not.
Woo, son of a bitch.
I want pretzels. Is that it? Am I done? Mm-hmm.
Oh, a huge frozen egg. Just in the wild. And Bronze Cherry enlarged it. So it should be an apex. Oh.
I'm making better armor now.
Oh, Palmetto?
Palmetto? No.
What are you making?
Plasteel.
Oh, even better.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like it's just so much easier to make plasteel than it is to make Palmetto.
You need palmetto for plasteel anyways.
Oh, I get the oil wells at the very least. To get the oil wells at the very least.
Oh, yeah.
As soon as you have that, it's literally just crude oil and ore.
Oh, I want to see everybody sleeping. Oh my God, the bunny didn't make it up. This mammoth didn't make it up. Oh, they tried. Oh, but they're all. Oh, they do look a lot more spaced out, which is nice. Except for. Oh gosh. They, look, maybe they just like cuddling. This one just wanted to sleep on the stairs, and the bunny just on the floor downstairs. Good lord. Ooh,
I've had a bunch where they just like don't make it to the bed in time, and it's really funny. Yeah. Oh, Raindrix. Ooh.
I need to find the Palworld equivalent of a Tinkaton.
I'm sure there's something even more satisfying than a Tinkaton in this.
They need to be hammers. There's no hammers.
So I do suppose the problem you're gonna run into is a lot of the time you just get like it goes from weapon slash like throwing the power to blow up early on to just guns and rocket launchers and stuff. I'd love it if something had a giant hammer. And so would you. Oh, that was its head. Oh, a Tinkaton just escaped and
Yeah, that's why I thought about it.
makes sense. don't really need to worry about this chip as well. But I gotta. I swear the entire reason I came over here was as a Ruby. Huh?
What is a cryogenic crusher?
It's a crusher that operates with a frost power.
Oh. How does that work?
I don't know, but it seems to be more efficient somehow.
Okay. So my armor that I'm currently wearing is 180 armor.
Ooh.
It gives me 500 health. Okay. Let me just swap to this new armor, which
Okay.
is 400 armor with
Oh.
1300 extra health.
Fucking hell! Oh my god, that is amazing. That is genuinely a big increase.
Oh my god, it looks weird. Like, it goes from looking really cool, and now I feel like I look really weird. Oh, I don't know if I feel about that. Like, the aesthetics are terrible, in my opinion. They might be cool for you. You might like them. Where are you at?
In the
Okay. I'll meet you there. So, I want to show you this, right? So you see my armor, right?
Mm-hmm. This is a new one or the old one?
This is the old one. That's what I'm wearing.
Okay, that's pretty. You become a Power Ranger.
Yeah.
That is disappointing.
Yeah, I don't like it. Whatever.
I am very sorry.
Disappointing.
It's like the first moment you met me.
Yep. I'm kidding.
I think that is honestly the most opposite of disappointing you could possibly get.
Mhm.
You were so fucking excited in the airport. It's so
Mhm.
cute.
Make. I want the the multi undershirt.
Oh yes, we do. We gotta do a I got a tablet for it.
The multi undershirt
No, to fight the raid boss for it.
for it? What do you mean?
Like the multi on the shirt that does heat and cold resistance.
Is that how you get it? Well,
Yeah, someone said in the chat before.
what
But
level is that?
45, I think.
Oh,
45 raid boss. I believe they said it was the 45 raid boss Bello Noir.
I have no idea. You have that though?
Yeah, I got a tablet for the 45 and the 30.
Okay. Let me see if I have a helmet, plasteel helmet.
You still have the
I don't know that. What?
summoning circle?
I can make it easy. It's very easy.
I'm glad it's easy. Cause I'll miss you, baby. Don't
Don't wanna miss a thing. I don't wanna close my eyes.
I'm mostly
I
just doing
don't
some
wanna
exploration to get fast travel points.
Where to put this? I hate it here. Oh shit.
Okay. Oh, I gave a lot of the area explored. I do like how each island has its sort of like theme, like One Piece.
Oh yeah.
But don't tell them or else they're gonna get sued by
Oh yeah.
Activision. Why do I feel like this is gonna have... Okay. Definitely feel like it feels like an area that should have the Relaxosaurus effigy, but guess not.
Shame why I can't build here. Overlaps with another object or character. Who?
Oh,
Who, bitch? There's nobody here.
Ooh,
Which base?
your base that you're at right now.
No. That's unfortunate. It's a fucking it's a farm for minestrone. I'm just trying to figure out where to put this fucking summoning altar.
Ooh, a Quiven.
I
Was not expecting to see a Quiven in these ruins. Let me fly around to this fast travel point.
oh my god, how much do you want? Yeah, right.
How much was he wanted?
2,000.
I could fight it if you wanted to.
No, I'm too busy.
Okay.
I'm annoyed right now because I'm trying to place this thing and I don't know how to place it. It's like, oh, it needs to be placed here, but it's overlapping with something. But oh, wait, you can't place it here because it's not touching the ground. And it's like, what the fuck do you mean?
House has been extremely picky.
Can't place it on foundations.
Hmm. I wasn't paying attention to what that hatched. What hatched a Gobfin? These other casinos. Okay.
Really? No fucking way. So tell me why this is allowed.
Half in everything? On your farms?
Yeah,
What?
just
What?
in the crops.
Because obviously it makes sense.
Totally. It's not exactly an aesthetic piece. So I thought, oh, I could put it like over here, right? But it's like, nah, I can't do that. But in my crops, it's totally fine.
Yeah. Of course.
Can you tell me what it's interacting with? What is it intersecting with? I'm level 59 now. I've done nothing. I just stood here.
Huh? Oh, the transport. No, that's what's happening.
God damn it. Nope, nope. Get the fuck up before I die.
No, they're not transporting it. So they're just. I lost. Oh, I lost the stone and the palladium fragments making that. Okay, that's what happened. That's fine, that's fine.
Hi, Al. How
Oh!
you doing?
Hey guys, can't really stay too long right now, but just in case I don't see you later, I hope you guys have a great day and enjoy your
Thank you. Really
stream.
appreciate it. It's always welcome. It's always nice seeing you,
Yeah,
Al.
thank you for stopping by. You are a very positive person, and we love having you around.
Yeah, agreed. 100%. Finally. Oh, now this place is gonna get raided. Okay. Yeah, fuck it. Get away.
Yes, hooray for day 3. This is gonna continue until Who knows? Taco flavored corn chips.
Look where I finally found where to put it, babe.
I'm glad they changed it so it doesn't destroy the base it's in.
Yep. It fits.
Yeah, this is. It's nice looking. I mean, it's definitely the sore thumb of this base, but it fits. It's not overlapping with anything.
Mm-hmm. It's not making something pretty look ugly.
Hmm.
It just makes something something functional continue to be functional.
Yeah.
And it's not like overlapping my crops. Which is so stupid. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Pardon me.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You like get down because I'm trying to build something up there and you're kind of in the fucking way, bruh. The hell? I am wondering if like
I do need to go here. Oh, nice. Get over 100% on that. Honestly, Blazehound knocked. I'm gonna tell you to get the preference of login. You can help in login if you're not kindling. I see your problem.
That was weird. Not sure why I decided to start over.
Oh. Okay.
A bunch of Giga Spears. What?
We might not need to fight this boss.
What boss? Oh, the Belle of Noir thing?
Yeah, we might not need to fight this. Okay, I just got a YouTube video.
Okay.
I mean, we will eventually fight it, but
Okay.
desert region. There's a schematic tower.
Okay. Honestly, I need to do some exploring over there anyways.
Yep.
I'm gonna go to the house, swap out the eggs.
East side of the island, right side. I'm just gonna go confirm if it is there, but honestly, if it is, that's great. It genuinely, all these, like, the schematic towers are so fucking useful. I
Mm-hmm.
wasn't expecting them to actually be overly,
They've been very nice.
yeah, overly important, but yeah, they're very, like, almost essential, I'd say.
Also, I wound up making more egg incubators. It's beautiful. Ah, look, a chilled Ignis. Ah, look, a chilled Ignis. Ah, look, a chilled Ignis. Ah, look, a chilled Ignis.
Oh, it's attack pendant schematic. Oh, that'll be a pendant that does attacker. Okay.
No to this one.
Well,
No to this one. They're all terrible.
game. Okay, I see that that doesn't have a hitbox.
Let's go get some more cakes really quick.
Need to do that tower as well.
I'll go to the desert. Bam, 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 bam. I beat it.
You beat me?
I beat the sound, the music starting.
You did, didn't you? Oh, I meant a stick knife. Okay. be theoretically this one.
Anybody who's currently lurking, if you guys want to follow, on August 1st, we're having a debut of 2 new VTuber models, and then following that up with a week-long subathon, and then we'll be back to our regular events, but we'll have our new models, and that will be really cool. So if you guys are just lurking and maybe want to throw a follow just in case, that is totally fine, but figured I'd throw it out there just in case.
Yeah. My love,
Yeah.
mark where I am on the map. It was here.
Awesome. I'm opening up the rest of the desert because I found the other watchtower.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I have literally my exploration for the desert was going to the town. That was it.
Yep. Yep. I've got, let's see, 1, 2, 3 more. Actually, to be fair, the one nearest you, the shrine nearest you, I still haven't done that one yet. Oh my God. I literally have, not very much. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fucking 6 6 shrines left to find in the fucking desert. And then the Oasis Isle one.
Oasis Isle?
Yeah, the one to the right.
Oh. Oh yeah, that'll be revealed when I go to the watchtower.
Well, time for me to fly around and locate all these shrines. Why not?
What the fuck is that?
It's like a massive. Oh, it's a.
What the
It
fuck
looks
is
like a
this?
chest in the distance.
What is this? Ah, what are these spots randomly? Oh. Oh. Cool. I'm getting night star sand
Oh, nice.
in the desert.
Okay, I'm still curious where we get like ancient lava.
I don't know.
Because it's
The
usually
thing
for
is, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I didn't know where to get. Oh my God, I found another fucking shrine. 7. I didn't know where to get night star sand until just a second ago. I thought it was only on Faybreak. Look at me learning.
we learn so
Run,
much.
Jesse, run.
Ground support whistle. Okay.
Right
Novanda.
I'm gonna ride Sims over to that island over there because I don't have to worry about falling in the water.
That's unfortunate. It's my life. It's now or never. I ain't gonna live forever.
So the upside with riding Sims is I don't have to worry about falling in the water. The downside is I get hot really fucking fast
In the desert?
on riding Sims. That sounds really bad.
That's just the one thing that's bad about naming things after the community.
My van worm, Sims. The pal named after Sims.
Oh, well. I didn't expect to do so much damage. Oh, wow. 10
Ooh,
souls.
icy. Oh, wait a second. What the fuck is this? Oh, is that a boss? That's a boss arena. An Azure Chris. That's kind of cool.
Ooh.
Dr. Psychosis has decided to come in and terrify me for no reason. What is this?
It's my life.
Sealed Realm of the Glacial Core. It's a Neptilius. Cool. Literally at this point I see.
It's
But I know that that's here now.
life.
I have not explored nearly enough of this game. I'm so glad for the waypoints because if they weren't there, I wouldn't know that a lot of these islands exist.
Yeah. Yeah, that might be why they added them.
Because like I've swam around or I've flown around and stuff like that, looking for like places to explore in single player and never found those places. I know that they updated the sanctuaries, but I think those islands were already there. Ooh, Segmet for the first time. It's the first Segmet I've seen.
Nice. Yeah, they're just walking around on the desert.
Seems so.
They're not. I've never seen more than one by itself. I've never seen them in like a group of multiple.
Jesse flies faster. Boom. Oh no.
I see the Oasis Isle thing. Oh, no.
Angry.
Oh, the arena entrance. Cool.
Yeah, I haven't even been over there yet. What the fuck?
Oh, and Flame Pulse Islet. Ooh, and there's a boss on that island.
The fuck?
Oh, how? What? Oh, okay. Yeah. Eat my knife, I'm a broken highway.
You guys don't have to fight me, you know. We can just be friends. Look, I ain't even fucked with you, man. You can do your business. I think they're just confused as to why I'm in front of them. Never mind. Why is that one in a tree? Pal metal armor schematic. Oh, lucky me. I was worried I wasn't gonna have pal metal armor schematic. I'm already in Plasteel, that's why I said that.
Yeah.
I wanted this Minecraft turtle before. I must stay so I can get this Minecraft turtle. Damn it! How do I attack this? Do I use my pickaxe? Oh, I guess that works.
Huh? What was that? Unmuted.
This is a reminder. Take my nighttime meds.
It's midnight?
This is a reminder. Take my nighttime meds.
Alexa, shut up. Oh.
Taking my
Jesse was about to die. Go Sims. Oh my god, it's fucking hot. I can't deal with the heat.
Take your nighttime meds.
Oh, did it die? Fuck. Damn it.
I'm sorry.
No, it's not your fault. I got distracted by the frickin' Alexa telling me to take my meds. I had to make sure that Jessie didn't die, because if she did, I'd have nobody but Sims to ride back, and I don't know how to tell you this, but
Seems slow.
no, it's not that. It's just, again, this is gonna sound really bad, okay? Sims is really hot.
Is that a Shroomer Lox? They come in a Lox variant?
I didn't think they did.
My...
I have a Nox. Sherman Nox.
Oh no, it's not a Shroomer. What are you? You are a...
Alright.
Awesome. Okay, from a distance it looks Shroomerish.
Oh, I missed. Damn it. I'm so good at this game. Get on my level, guys.
You have taught me everything I know. Oh, nice. Take that dino some locks. Camera. I want you to show me. I want to feel loving. Oh, applied transporting handbook. Yeah, I'm saving all the handbooks until I get, like...
I have literally only used handbooks on one creature, and that is Puffy. That is because Puffy deserves it. Puffy is a good boy.
Yeah, I'm just holding off until I get every pal to see their passives.
Yeah, fair enough.
And then I'll go for a mix of cute plus efficient.
Well, I know that's kind of where I'm struggling in my waterfront, is because like
Actually,
I would have to get 9 books to max out T-Fant.
yeah.
That's just wild.
It's actually not necessary to worry about the passive necessarily, because the a cool thing is that you can change the passive that creatures have.
Oh my gosh. Okay. All right. Sims one-shots the turtle.
Yeah, my Ragnarhawk does that as well. Yeah, I just want to get every PAL. Or at least every base variant of every PAL.
I thought it might be a good something. I want to get the base variant of every pal too. I just God, every 2 seconds I come around, and then just there's more fucking shrines in the desert. Which I guess is something good because I'm gonna tell you there was probably before that only like 3 shrines in the whole fucking desert. And that was so annoying.
I feel like it's better to have too many than too few with things like that.
Oh yeah, I agree.
That can't be fun. Oops. I meant to reload my gun. Nestil. It's Cacnea. But less spiky.
Have I gotten a Munchil effigy before?
I don't know if you have, but they are unique to the desert
Oh,
and desert climates.
I guess that is my first one, possibly. What is it? Like, keeps you cold?
It reduces food degradation in your inventory.
That's nice.
Earth Emperor's Baton.
Name,
Celery
you
lunch.
something you love and understand.
What the fuck?
What? I wasn't trying to kill the turtle, by the way. I was trying to catch it. Sims just killed it because he's rude.
Is this Mario block a new pal?
That's the turtle I want. That's the
Well,
turtle that Sims killed twice that I was talking about.
there's 2 over here.
Well, I'm not gonna go hunt you down to figure out where over here is.
To the east of the town. I'm not the east, west.
Absolutely not. No, I'm so far away from you. And it doesn't matter anyways. It's fine. I'll find more. There are turtles all over the desert.
Oh my god, there's such a low capture rate.
Mm-hmm. You have to get them out of their shell thing, and they're decently high level, so you have to get them damaged down some, you know.
I had a legendary ball.
Did you use it? Did you get it?
I got one, yeah.
That's fantastic. I'm not
But
jealous.
I'm not gonna get the other one.
I'm not jealous.
It's okay. Yeah. Oh, they are such a low chance. That's insane. What do they even drop?
I like how I've played this game so much more than you, and yet yeah, I think you're better than me at it. I feel like that stands in like most games, to be honest, though.
Um,
Or it could just be because I spent so long decorating.
I think that's it. It's you've done a lot more base stuff earlier than I did. And most of my base stuff doesn't look pretty. It's just like
Are you kidding me? I don't want to fight you.
gray box.
Oh, I guess that works. No, don't mind me. Don't mind me. I am no threat to you. Sims is the threat to you. Trust me. Maybe not.
Wee.
Oh, Sims is dead. Fuck, my bad, my bad. I lied. I lied. Sims was not the threat. Sims was not the threat. It was me the whole time. Go away. Come here. Oh shit. I just stood there and watched him shoot poison at my face. Nope, nope, I'm good. I'm good. I'm innocent. I'm innocent, I swear. I say something with my sword. Die! Should I be attacking a giant rampaging scorpion with a sword? Probably not.
I believe.
Yay,
Nipping
we did it!
murder. Nice. Yeah, I think literally the only reason I'm a higher level than you is I've done what I set out to do from the start. A lot of exploration, and that seems to be what ties together all the experience.
Mm-hmm.
But as soon as I... Oh, is this hacking? Oh, it is hacking. I had to get a weird angle on that.
I've seen his weapon.
Like even if I do get to like a max level, it takes ages to get the pals because you didn't increase the pal XP rate, right? Just player XP rate.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like our pals would be
Underleveled.
underleveled.
Yeah.
But ooh, Isle of Glacial Core. It does mean I can, get some helpful engrams
Yeah.
a bit earlier. You can do your base stuff. It's like that Japanese base. Oh,
I love it so much.
it is so amazing.
And I can't wait to find a place for the workshop once I do.
Is that the first, like, I know in your testing, you didn't originally have.
That layout is not any of the layouts I did. I don't like any of the layouts that I did. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I am still currently uninspired. It is literally just a box, a practical box at this point.
Okay.
But I've tried to make it look slightly nice by adding a little bit of texture, like not texture, dimension.
Yeah.
It's not great, but it will do. I think what will kind of piss me off is if I get to the point where I can build that futuristic stuff, the futuristic set,
Uh-huh.
and it winds up needing like plasteel, you know, for the
Oh, yeah.
actually, I think I can look to see what it's gonna need. Futuristic structure set needs polymer. Okay, that's not bad. Totally fine.
Polymer's fine.
Easy
Polymer's
peasy.
easy peasy.
Mm-hmm. I do like how cheap the crafting is, though.
Yeah,
Or
I feel
cheap
like
the
it's very.
building crafting is because, yeah, no, it's not balanced. I don't think it's balanced. I think it's fucking cheap. But I think it's nice because, like, building an arc was always, like, so fucking expensive.
Oh, yes, Ark was
It's
like
like you'd spend forever just getting materials to build, like, the tiniest of bases.
a hut.
Yeah.
And maybe a door.
Yeah.
Maybe a door. Not guaranteed.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Conan Exiles also suffers from the same problem
Mm-hmm.
of just
But the stuff here is like, it's like everything is like dirt cheap, pretty much, to
yeah.
build stuff. But you're building what you fucking want, and
Mhm.
that's a good, fun aspect of it. And you're not spending your entire time. There's so much to do in the game. You're not spending your entire time just grinding resources for the sake of grinding resources.
Yeah.
You know, like everything has a fucking purpose. And the stuff that is expensive is literally just a time thing. And you can make those things go faster.
Hell, magnet. Whoops.
Hmm? Yep.
I keep accidentally hitting Q because it's a button in a different game that I guess, does the similar thing to what I'm wanting to do.
Oh
which
my
is
god, I'm so
now.
sorry. Oh shit, it's mad at me. I'm sorry!
Yeah, like Conan Exiles and Ark is it's just like unless you have a massive amount of people in your clan,
Mm-hmm.
you need a multiplied server.
And they did. No, she's not. No, who's not?
No, she's not.
Now I don't know. Now I don't know when you said that.
She's mad at me. Is the reply. Who was mad at you? And what for?
Was it me? She's not. Oh, is there a...
You're getting chased by something.
I was getting chased by something?
Yeah.
Oh. I don't know.
Semi-auto shotgun schematic.
You said... When you said you sorry, didn't mean that. Oh, yeah. I see. Because I accidentally walked over, Primo Calamari. A Calamari Primo thing. It was an accident.
This. Oh. It's a boss. Necromus and Palladius. It's a double boss fight. Ooh, interesting. And they're both level 60, which is nasty. I am glad they added so many different powers across the entire level spectrum. They're not all endgame powers.
Mm-hmm.
Too many games do that where like their new content is all endgame when they add in like some things that could easily be justified as early game.
Semi-auto shotgun schematic.
My tummy's doing something weird, and I think it's because of yesterday.
I know. Sorry, I wasn't saying that to you. I wasn't laughing at you, babe. I'm so sorry. I was reading Dr. Psychosis's message. Sorry, your tummy's not feeling great.
No, it's fine.
Is it? Is it fine?
I mean, it will be after I beat it up with more monster.
Oh shit! Don't you guys? Okay. I need to go get more berries.
Metal helmet schematic. I wonder if there's effigies specifically tied to the sanctuaries.
I don't know. We'll find out.
Each region has its own like unique effigy, and then they've got the lift monk effigies just scattered.
Yep. I have barely got any lift monk effigies.
I'm gonna go back to my base, and I will disappear again for hopefully not 2 hours this time.
Nice you, babe. Be in 300 hours.
I'll beat the game, don't worry.
Gives me time to explore. Gives me time to catch up. Alright, so what does this shotgun take to make? Actually, let's see how much. Damn it! Trying to remind me to be responsible. How dare you? I'm to down my downers with some uppers. sorry, sleepy time medicine with an energy drink. I should specify. Saying downers and uppers doesn't really specify. $234. Still not as good as my bow, man. My bow is awesome. Like, look at that. Well, I need that. Multi-clam undershirt. That's what I need. High quality cloth. Okay, I only need 7 more of those. Fucking perfect. I like how much smoother the space is running. Everybody's in good condition. Everybody's good. It makes me happy. There's plenty of beds. There's enough places for them to chill out and relax up here. They're not like on top of each other. This one are natural resources. So this basically this bottom one down here is like more natural resources or stuff crafted from natural resources, whereas this stuff is more like pal drops. $20 polymer. Easy peasy, beautiful cover girl. Like that I'm almost level 60 and I haven't even been to a single sanctuary yet. Because I've just been so busy decorating and exploring. Breeding. There we go. Now, temperature wise, I think we're good for a bit. Ooh, a good test actually, because we need to go explore this area anyways. I feel like the best test would have been like if I'd had Sims with me, but I don't, so, because he's dead. you. Oh. Whee. Down. I don't know how many more to go. I think this will give me a better idea. I say, but it might just show me that area down there. I have no idea what this is gonna show me. I don't think this was meant to show me the volcano at all. Oh, and yet it did. Good, good. Still missing a few. And by a few, I mean... What the fuck is that? Curious about it. I should build a base over there. That'd be awesome. I think... I say probably just one, but I'm gonna go over there and like more are gonna unlock as I move on. Just guaranteed. There's no way there's only like just one. And it being like, where is it? I've already lost it. Here. Just go along the edge now. I actually don't know if I... Oh, neat. I don't know if it unlocked... No, it didn't. It got down here. The sealed realm of Terraria. I haven't been here yet. Tristan has. And then I haven't been here either. I told him basically when he saw it, he's like, oh, it's so cool. And I told him not to go in there without me. So that one. Seems so great. Height, height. I could probably take him. I say he's suddenly much braver. I'm gonna keep going. Oh, see, I knew another one would come up. I knew it. I also feel like I think there might be one that's more in. And the only reason I say that is because I feel like I saw it whenever I was doing a round in my single player world. And I remember being like, oh wow. That's like more inside. But I could be losing it. I'm misremembering. See how many fucking eggs are all over the place? Damn. I'm just gonna grab the huge ones. Could grab the large ones, but I should grab any and all pretty much that I can. Get on the fucking ball! Never mind. Oh, I found a dragon egg. It was over here. I wanted to grab it. Get it. Go, 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 go. Go, go, go. Run! Fly away! I could take it. I know I could. I just really don't want to right now. There's no... Ooh! I haven't gotten that too much yet. Goodbye! Got what I wanted. Oh, I should go down here. I think Tristan's already gotten this, so it should be easy to just run in, grab it, and leave. Oh shit, he didn't get this. Stand the way. Stand the way. That's cute. Looks like it's taken me somewhere. Where to? I don't know. Okay. Oops. There is something up there, but I'm not going to go there just yet because I don't have Sims. Sims, don't have Sims. Yeah. Good enough. Although technically it did drop some bad passives, so maybe. Female workaholic dainty eater. You know what? I'll take it, honestly. I might get a better one. We're just gonna go with that for now. Ooh, fancy. Mutations are likely to occur in talents who grow nicely. Thermal core. I might be making an executive decision soon here about the rest of the night so we can get some rest. Tired. Again, even though I know I took a nap. Tristan, I know, hasn't taken a nap. And he's been streaming the whole time. I feel like he's sticking it out for me because he knows I want to keep playing. But if we go to sleep now, I can wake up early in the morning, you know what I mean? I'll wait till he gets back and then talk to him about it. We not explored. Let's do this one and head over to the Terraria Island just so we're just unlocking things right now. Are there two islands here? Are they separate or are they together? I remember he said he thought it was really cool. Because he said these are Terraria trees, yeah. Very cool. He looks silly. That's gonna be fun. I think the boss in there is the Ayakatulu, yeah? There are slimes in there, and I think that you can bounce on them. I've not gotten any of them. Okay. There's this one. Then go here. Actually, no, let's go up here first. Another pirate ship one. Tristan, I know, has been to a lot of these that I haven't been to. Military rumination. Ooh, one in. Get out of here. Gangler and Gelroy. Okay. Oh, the ganglers are like anglerfish. I see. How far are they? 39, not too bad. Gelroys and Jellicents, maybe? Jellicent might be the name of a Pokemon. My bad. Oops. Oh, let's go here. I think that the other one was over here. I'm just kind of going to go clockwise. I don't know what time it is for everybody. My bad. My bad. That was my bad. I'll take that. I need to figure out like what drops books. Because if I can only justify T-Fant being my #1 waterer at the base if I can get 9 water books. But I don't think I could justify it if I have to buy all of the books with dog coins. Oh my god. Adorable. They look like little cinnamon rolls. So cute. Tomorrow might be an all-day sanctuary day, just because like we need to get this other stuff explored, you know. And we've been doing a lot of building and stuff today. You guys still going? For now, Tristan's in the bathroom, and when he gets out, I'm gonna talk to him about ending for today, and that way we can get up tomorrow. Stream more because like basically what I'm trying to do, like we've already got a lot, like this we got a lot of this unlocked now. We haven't got any of Fabric opened yet. Any of this down here we haven't got unlocked, but I'm trying to go around to all these little islands right now while he's in the bathroom. And then I'm gonna suggest that we come back tomorrow and work on the sanctuary stuff. Because most of today was like base building, moving that stuff, and then getting some pals, leveling those guys. We went through probably like three different tiers of 3 or 4 different tiers of metal and everything too. So it's been a long day. A good day, don't get me wrong, a great day, but a long day nonetheless. And I'm getting kind of tired. And as much as I could play it for 24 hours, I am I'm just not as young as I used to be. No. Oh, well, thank you. Thank you for that. Well, I guess thank Tristan for Tristan's in the bathroom. Welcome, Tristan's in the bathroom. Sorry. But thanks for the raid. The beautiful time for him to get rid. It's okay. He's in the bathroom. He'll be real excited when he gets back. I don't know when. I don't know when he's getting back, but he's in the bathroom. So, welcome in. Tristan's my husband, and I'm Aiko. We are the Heartblossoms. We're a married couple. We both stream. Yes, I think he fell in. Oh, I heard the toilet flush. He might be coming soon. He might be coming soon. Just wait. Just wait. You guys can give him some love. So I'd be giving him a couple minutes. Tristan, hurry up. Hurry up. Go get it. You just got raided.
I got raided.
This big?
You just got raided.
Okay.
Say thank you for the raid.
Thank you for the raid. Oh, on Twitch.
Yes.
Thank you for the raid. Thank you.
He thought I meant his
Yummy bear.
he thought I meant his base got raided. No, no, if the base got raided, babe, I would have helped you.
Thank you for the raid, Dummy Bear. Oh,
It's totally fine, totally fine.
no, it's
Sunshine,
Thank you for the
lollipops,
follow, I
and
appreciate it.
rainbows. Everything that's wonderful is what I feel when we're together.
I need to.
Oh man, that is the second time I've accidentally attacked a Kilomari Primo. Just actually, sorry, in the last hour, actually.
Thank you very much for the follow, Dummy Bear.
Yeah.
And the raid.
Oh, no, it's okay, it's okay.
We're not getting tired at all.
Actually, Tristan.
You're getting tired?
That's what I was gonna say, is like, because we've been going for like almost 16 hours now, I was thinking that maybe we could go to sleep soon after I finish like getting these little islands. And then we can wake up and do all the sanctuaries tomorrow. Why? Are you upset with me?
I mean,
How
I'm happy to go for a bit longer, but like I've got a mother coursing through my veins. Mother monster.
Oh yeah, you do keep saying mother, and that does. I mean, I'm sure it's an Australian
Don't
thing.
worry.
Yeah.
If we were to get the mother instead of the monster, I would be saying monster.
Oh yeah, fair enough.
I've always done this.
You're drinking a mango look. See, the thing is, I've been drinking this freaking monster right now, and I don't know what it is. I told her, I was like, I think I'm just old. I think I am just an old person now who can't stay up for 40 hours.
Mm.
Yeah, he doesn't deny it. Mhm. I get it. I get it. But yeah, I
But
wouldn't
yeah,
have a problem with that. I could raid. I could raid to Tristan, and then Tristan could raid to somebody.
I could.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, how's everyone doing? How you how's your stream, Dummy Bear?
Rude. Sorry, I just got not you. Psychosis yelled at me. You were playing Palworld because it's a fucking awesome game.
Nice. Palworld is
Addicting.
we have been loving this update. Um
Absolutely.
I can see this for the foreseeable future.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know when we'll stop.
But that's why I need to sleep. I need to sleep so that we can do the sanctuary stuff tomorrow. Because otherwise I'm gonna die. And I'm not gonna be having fun while I do it. So I have to be honest with myself about how I'm feeling. Even if it means I have to sleep, which sucks.
Oh, I hate when something gets stuck in your eyeball. Yeah, you go take care of that.
Thank you. Thank you, Whip. I appreciate it. Also, the second time you've brought people, so
yeah,
thank you.
Thank
That
you.
means a lot.
Yeah, we
Oh. Oh. Oh.
we have been streaming for really long the
I
past 3
found
days.
where the Blazzamuts are.
And we will be streaming basically all day until our hyperfixation ceases.
Shit. Damn it, I was gonna catch that, you son of a bitch.
Keep getting distracted. But yeah, thank you for trusting your community with this madness. My wife is going insane.
No, it's because Sims keeps killing everything I want to catch. I wanted to catch the fire swordfish.
Oh, there's a fire swordfish. That's cool.
Apparently.
Oh,
The Scutless Ignis.
Whip it, yay! Thank you for.
Did I say whipper? I didn't say whipper, did I? I didn't say that. Oh, he said whipper. Never mind. Oh, y'all playing earlier. Whipper came through, and you're still going. Yeah, yeah. Well,
Yes.
see, the thing is like that's the kind of talk that makes me want to be like, yeah, fuck sleeping. I'm just gonna go forever, and then I'm gonna die, and then I'm gonna be unconscious for 24 hours, and then I'll miss you guys.
Yeah, like I want to continue, but you are being the reasonable one
I know. What do you mean for once?
for always.
Oh, can I
But when
open
it
this?
comes to your
I
hyperfixation,
never get to.
you usually you're the one who streams for ages with your hyperfixation. But yeah.
Ooh, I've never opened one of these
Have you-
before. Cool.
What have you opened one?
The elemental chests. That's the first elemental chest I've opened.
Ooh,
I just,
nice.
yeah.
Yes, have a good look. If you need a raid and run, if you need a look, if you want to do a handstand for
No, it's because we're gonna want to see you guys again tomorrow. That's why.
yeah. You deserve to have a good rest
Banana.
after your stream. I don't know how long you stream for, but it doesn't matter how long people stream for. It's
Yeah,
it
yeah.
can be pretty
If
draining.
you stop streaming, it means you're tired, and we get it.
Yeah, yeah. Or you have
Oh,
someone
and you
die.
have a child that's gonna wake you in a few hours, so that's even more exhausting.
Children.
I'm so sorry. He probably likes his child. I hear a lot of people like children if they have their own. Trying to get all these little ones unlocked. I've been doing all right, you know. I got the rest of the volcano unlocked. I got the desert unlocked. The only thing I haven't got unlocked is the little side islands. Jump off of grandma's. Exactly, exactly. I think that's what my sister does. That's why my mom's always so busy. My mom absolutely has a favorite when it comes to her grandkids. It is hilarious because she had three girls, and then my sister had two girls, and then a son. And she is like in love with him. She's like, we're twins, you know, all this stuff, and he loves me the most, and she loves that little boy.
That's adorable. Um, I feel like the parent thing to do is with your kids is to just say it. Say you don't have a favorite,
Oh yeah.
but everyone does. They
Um,
might not admit it.
oh, that's just it though. It's like some don't. I legitimately don't think my mom has a favorite.
Grandchildren, though, she does.
Yeah. I don't think that she necessarily has a favorite with them either. She's very, but I think she's just excited there's a boy because it's
Yeah.
always like Pam's line, all girls or not all girls, girls and boys. Uh, Candy's line, girls and boys. Okay, and then there's my mom, all girls, all girls, and it's been all girls forever.
Rangerix is really good to have in your party.
Oh,
If you go into the volcano while in party, the player gains hit resistance +2. Oh yeah, speaking of hit resistance, I need to make the undershirt thingy.
I already made mine.
Nice. Was it easy to make?
Yeah, it's not that bad.
What am
I just realized
Oh,
I missed a shrine in the snow. They just keep popping up, you know? I'll be like, oh, I'm done. And then I'll be like, oh, wait, sorry, there's another one.
Yeah, it really is like that. This has been wonderful.
The thing is like, I'm tired, but it's like, I know I have enough energy to finish up the task that I'm working on.
Yeah, yeah.
Because it's low brain energy. I don't have to think about like, oh, what am I doing next? Because it's just fly. Just fly.
No.
No. I've never been live before.
What is live?
Liver. You spelled liver wrong. We are liver.
Oh my god.
I have a liver.
Stay away from alcohol. It would hurt us.
We're allergic to alcohol because we
How you
are
doing that?
livers.
You're awake? It's 1 a.m. Insomnia again, huh?
I gave you a new job, Nat. You now do not watch a fridge. You watch a feeding trough. That sounds so much worse.
By the way, if you need high quality cloth,
No, I already had it. I need it. I'm good. And I was stealing some from the Sybil thing.
Nice. Yeah, and anything at the farm you can have, because basically what I'm doing in the downtime for the breeding here.
Babe, I built the farm. I know I can.
Yeah. But what I'm doing in the downtime here, when I'm not actively using my Sybils to breed to try and get better perks on them, is I just have them in my ranch.
Oh yeah. I have my cake. I have my cake pals at my breeding ranch. And then as far as like I feel like when it comes to anything at the farm ranch or the ranch farm, I feel like anything there is like just up for grabs. If you need it, grab it. If um if you go there and what you have or what you were expecting to be there isn't there, just go to my fucking warehouse and grab it. Or go to my workshop and grab it. Cause like I I'm not gonna sit there and go and take half. I'll just go and just grab whatever's there.
Yeah, I've been doing the same thing.
And that's totally fine. I don't care how much you take. You don't care how much I take.
When did I get a ring of electric resistance?
I made it for you.
You did for when we're going to the boss fight, right? Okay, that's accessories.
Because I knew we were gonna be fighting the boss. And that's another thing too. We haven't done any bosses today. We've been so busy today, and I've done nothing story-wise, and nothing sanctuary-wise.
Did we do the volcano today?
We did the volcano yesterday.
That was yesterday? Oh my god. Oh, it was. Hmm? What's that? You okay?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, that's happy sounds. I couldn't tell if you were worried or happy.
Oh yeah. Wait, I'll show you. Give me a minute. Just give me a minute. I'm coming to your base. Wherever the fuck you are. Where are you at?
I'm just, yeah, by my terminal.
Don't do this to me. I hate this fucking cliff. Okay. Hello, Quiver. I see you. So, thank you.
I'm glad we can provide you entertainment, Nat, while you can't sleep.
That's why we're here.
Yeah,
For
specifically
the
just for you.
yeah, just for now. We were waiting for you. That's why we've been here so long. We were like, we know Nat's coming, we just don't know when.
Dang, this is gonna be our second 16-hour stream
Couple days.
in 3 days.
Yep. Okay.
And it would have been our third, but we had to go to the birthday dinner. We could easily push for a 24-hour if we so chose to be sleep deprived.
Okay. Are you ready to see this? Where are you at?
Behind you.
Okay. Let's go upstairs.
Oh. Is whatever you got lucky? Okay.
I just don't know how big it is.
Oh, we got one of those.
I bought it from the black market trader, or the black market guy.
Oh,
Bring back. I want to see him. He keeps trying to transport shit.
What's his stats like?
Okay, so he is level 52.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
The highest level.
628 attack.
Oh,
784 defense,
that's very good.
3
for that one.
planting, 3 gathering, 6 mining, 5 lumbering, 6 transporting,
Okay, so everything.
and he's heavyweight. He has an attack that does 600, another attack that does 600, another attack that does 450. He has 4,177 health.
So it just does everything.
Yep. He cost me just under 50,000 gold, which is like nothing.
Say rather cheap.
Yeah,
Did it come with any passives?
heavyweight. There was another one that was the exact same price that had heavyweight and like 2 negative passives. However, if you want one that has negative passives, go over to.
I don't even know where he went.
What do you mean?
And-
I put him in my pocket.
Oh, I chased him because he ran off, and I
Yeah,
think I just lost him at some point.
yeah, because I put
Oh
him in my
my
pocket because
God.
he ran away and I didn't know where he went. He's moving potatoes, it seems.
Genuinely didn't think it would be that fast.
He is really fast. What the heck? He's zooming. Damn. Oh, now he's logging. Stop. I'm gonna go put him at the workshop. Damn, he's gonna work really hard.
Also the
It is cool. Says he's fucking
it
cute.
is a very cool thing. Oh my God.
Love him.
Oh, I love this game. I love all of you. I love my wife. I love everything.
Okay.
In the words of Aiko. Okay.
Alright, so what are you doing? You can do everything except.
Pardon
Now
me.
you can transport. Just transport. You're gonna do a really good job of that. I might need to just if I set you up on I'm gonna use him to like I'm gonna use him as like an in-between. Like if I need him because he can do mining and lumbering as well as transporting, I'm gonna keep him on transporting unless I need some specific orc more quickly. And then I'll set him on that specific thing. Alright.
Okay, cool. So the multi-climate undershirt gives you 3 of 3.
Mm-hmm.
Mutated a pal for the first time?
Well, what do you mean? Was that me?
I just got an achievement for mutating a
I
pal.
got the achievement for mutating a pal for the first time. Who was that?
It is this egg right here.
Where?
Huge mutated egg
Where are you? Where are you?
on my roof.
Okay, I'm going. Hold on, wait. I need to see this.
That is so cool.
Oh my god, I need to see. Is that what it says? Is huge mutated egg?
It says huge mutated egg.
Hold on, let me get that thing that was in my pocket. What was my pal that was in here? Oh, it was Sims, right? Need that.
They made that because of the special cake.
You didn't pick it up, did you?
No, it's still
Okay.
there. I'm just it is so
Whoa!
cool. Uh-huh.
That looks awesome. Well, at least we know what it's gonna be.
Uh-huh.
That's gonna be awesome.
And it's probably gonna because it's huge, it might be an alpha.
True. That's fantastic. At least we know now what it looks like if you get a mutation. Like,
Yep.
you know,
It
there's
is
no
very
joke.
obvious. I wonder how long that's gonna take to patch. Like, is it?
That's awesome.
I was like, why did I get an achievement? Did you get the achievement at the same time?
Yeah. Yeah, we both
Okay,
got it.
because we're in the same guild.
Yeah.
That's cool.
That is so cool. Okay, so this is the arena over here. Or is the arena something else?
I know this mushroom cake wherever it is.
Is that the arena? I don't know. I've never been to the arena, so I don't know what it looks like.
Yeah. Yeah, the extravagant vegetable cake's the only one that actually just says mutations are more likely to occur.
Yeah. That's fantastic.
And it's so easy to make.
Ooh, speaking of vegetables, I should probably stop by the Minestrone farm. And I want to check the when I do that, I'm gonna check the cooler. Not the
Oh yeah.
yeah, to see how much food they've gone through so far. 'Cause like I made a bunch of food, but I don't think they ate a lot when I was there.
I think I destroyed my mill at some point.
Hmm? That was right. Okay. Oh, okay. Good to know.
I'm excited to put this huge mutated egg.
As you should be.
An egg that is extremely rarely obtained, having undergone a special mutation.
All right. I don't think. Okay, that's
I wonder because it's a frozen pals. Does it use the frozen temperature for hatching?
Oh my God, you scared the crap out of me, Jesse.
It uses a standard.
Hmm? It uses what?
It uses it's a standard temperature.
Oh, okay.
Rather than the pals it mutated from.
Yeah.
I wonder if it will be still still that kind of power. And I wonder what the mutation does. It'll hatch in 15 minutes. My God.
I think though that whenever we log off tonight, I think that we'll turn the game off.
Yes. Yes.
Just
give our computers a rest.
that too. I was just thinking mostly of like, I don't want to have to wake up to all my animals starving again.
Yeah, I feel like yesterday got us into a really good position with
Oh yeah,
resources as well.
absolutely it did.
I'm more than happy to shut off computer. Ooh, that's cool.
But
It's got an effect in the incubator. It's like glowing purple. Like it's got like
oh,
purple flames coming out of it.
oh, that's awesome.
You should come here and have a look at it at some point before it hatches.
Okay, I'll head over there after I unlock this area over here.
Yeah. Refined metal helmet? Oh yeah, I'll make this. Yeah, I was gonna get rid of the plume.
Oh no. See, this aesthetically is where a really cool, where I could build a really cool factory. Because it looks like a little city.
Yeah, yeah, the ruined city, yeah.
But I don't think it would let me. I could build there.
Better. Fuck it. I'm gonna build this palmetal armor.
There's definitely a boss in there. What's in there?
What about tell you? Oh! You're gonna like what that boss is.
You were listening?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness. Is it asleep?
It is asleep? Or at least it was when I was there.
He's awake. He's just vibing. You don't want to
Pretend that you
fight
can-
me. Is he passive?
I
No,
think it
no,
is.
no. You
Got a bit-
absolutely don't. Oh my god, he's so cute.
You get a nice view of him outside of the armor.
That is adorable. I wonder if he looks like that when he's is that what he looks like maybe when he is sleeping?
Mm. Okay, I'm gonna go from 332 defense to 712.
Oh, yep.
Over doubled. What are you making for dinner, Jesse? Settings, accessories, and armors.
Fish pie.
Fish pie. Ooh.
I'm not gonna lie. That sounds gross. To me, it sounds gross, but
I mean, that sounds nice. I've had chicken pie. I've had a beef pie.
to be fair, I have learned that the idea of meat pies are really gross to me. Unless, of course, it's a hot pocket. That's different because that's got other things in it, including cheese. It's not with pastry. Might be different then.
Oh, is it like is it like a cottage pie or a shepherd's pie,
Hmm.
but with fish instead? Okay, yeah.
Oh,
Cottage pie. Okay.
I could see that being better.
Is it with potato on top or is it something else? That actually sounds really nice. Mash, nice.
Sounds good.
Try not to burn sauce. Ooh. Yeah, burnt sauce would ruin the entire flavor. Yeah, yeah. Ignore us if you have to. Focus on fish cake.
Why is this island so far away? What is on this island that makes it so far away? The thing is like when I was playing in single player, I started going towards an area, but everything was like really foggy. You couldn't see this fight. There was not this much render distance, right? And I think that was on purpose, right? Like maybe the idea was there, but like not really. And like if you went beyond a certain way, giant lasers would attack you and be like, no, can't go this way. There's spoilers over here.
Oh, you can ride the Tetra toys?
I don't know. I've never had one.
Oh, it's got a saddle.
That's cute. I didn't know it had a saddle because I can't see if it has a saddle until I get it.
Yeah, I was just going through my technology and I was like, oh, that's okay. I want that in my
Have you
base.
hatched that egg? Which egg?
The mutated egg yet? No,
Oh, right. I forgot to go look at that.
it's still hatching.
Oh, okay. How long's it gonna take?
10 minutes.
Okay.
7.5 minutes.
Okay, well, I'll be there before then.
Is there a pal that isn't really doing much?
I'm just kidding.
You?
I mean, I'm kidding, but I'm not kidding. 'Cause, like, she's not. Well, I mean, she's cooling down a cooler. She's keeping the food cold.
Working on that. Yeah.
Oh my
I'm
god.
gonna swap out my
It's a
tarantulas.
level 40 need all balls. It's a little baby
You muted me
cactus.
for a moment. No.
Is it
Ah.
me? Is it me you're muting? Probably. It's Tristan. Tristan's who she's muting. She
Oh,
would
nasty
never,
sound
she
out of
would
everything.
never mute me. She's only having to mute because of Tristan.
She hates me. He told me.
Ooh.
Natalie.
Huh?
Natalie said she hates me.
That girl loves you to pieces.
Debitable.
Inevitable.
Debit card.
She got sad because you didn't do heart hands back at her at the restaurant. She sat there with heart hands forever, just waiting for him to do it back. So funny. She's like, you don't love me?
Yeah.
Gotta go to the base for the week. I
Uh,
need to go to, I think one more island is the last one I need to go to.
This one. Aqualocal board and it's leather.
Where you be?
Oh no, one leather short.
Oh yeah, okay. Oh, it looks, oh, it's like poisoned.
Yeah.
It seems a little
Like
hot.
purple with poisony stuff.
There you go, I helped. It was hot.
It was cold before.
Now it's comfortable
Oh, I know why.
because it's confused.
This cooling thing was too close, so when it's actually being cooled,
Oh, this is nice.
no, I don't want harvesting. I want you priority coin. I wish there was a way to set priorities. Like I want these pounds to do multiple things, but I wish there was a way to prioritize do this one first.
Yeah,
There's definitely going to be a mod for that.
surely.
It's just a little cold. It seems very comfortable. Oh,
I think we were both trying to compensate. What's in here? Let's see. Let's see.
did you discover Harry Potter's room? He's got a window.
Window?
Okay, there we go. I finally got it far enough away. Oh, welcome back, Nat. Ooh. It's a plasma assault rifle. I think that the charge rifle is the best sniper rifle in the game
Is that what you think?
that you can get with technology. You might be able to find a blueprint for a better one. Complete 30 pound labor researches. Nice. I don't know what you've just done, but I saw you doing something.
Don't worry about it.
I need a bunch of mushrooms. Addition time reduction. Mining. Let's get mining. Almost done. This one's done. Barely body philanthropist. Stop giving me night owl. It keeps putting night owl on my owls. Oh no, it's just another brick in the wall.
Guy just does not fit in this house. He's so large.
Oh, who's so?
You're-
Oh,
you're-
the
yeah.
yeah. Ooh. Oh. Oh, I love this. Got a bed for us to have a nap in. That is cute.
Can we
Wait a
both
sec.
lay in the same bed?
I think we can.
I can't use a bed without a roof. My bed.
It doesn't have a roof, but it's... Oh, technically it doesn't have a roof.
Okay, hold on. I want to see. Just test it over here, I guess.
Not on that one. I think this one we can.
Which one? The big one?
The big one, yeah.
Nope.
Nope.
You can sleep with pals, but you can't sleep with your friends.
Yeah.
Okay, incubation's complete.
Does this have a... Okay, it does have a gold glow as well. Let's see what this is. It's a suit seer. Oh my god.
That's an entirely different pal.
Idiosyncratic, harder than immovable king, burly body, and positive thinker.
Really good.
What?
Show. Put it out here so Nat can see. Or don't.
Here we go. Here we go.
That's him.
Oh, it's big.
Yeah.
Is it always that big?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so.
Cool. Let me look at what those
Mhm.
passives do. Idiosyncratic.
He's
Power
so
play
mad.
order.
Look at his
No,
face.
I
He's
know.
pissed. He's pissed off at this rock. He's like, fuck this rock.
Okay, so these skills, these passives,
Mm-hmm.
idiosyncratic.
Mm-hmm.
Pal and player auto health regeneration rate plus 50%, defense plus 25%, immune to poison and burn damage.
Mm-hmm.
Hardy the Immovable King, sanity drop rate, it drops 20 points.
Yeah, I knew that one.
Okay. Burly Body is just damage, and Positive Thinker is sanity drops 10% slower. So it just doesn't lose sanity.
Good.
Dang, and it came as a 2-star.
Really? That's awesome.
And Alpha.
Oh, it is alpha, so then it is bigger. I don't know, man. I bred mine. Didn't really ever look at it.
I don't know if Alpha. Oh, maybe they're bigger. I don't know.
Alpha's typically bigger.
Why
But
do you
sometimes
have-
it's not really
Oh,
easy to tell if it's bigger because they're not like that much bigger. Some are like way bigger.
So at 2-star, it has gathering and farming increased by 1. I'm not sure in what order.
It sleeps now, honestly. Same, but I want to do this last island first. Let me see if there's any other islands I need to do. I think this is the last one. Besides
Do
the
I wanna make
sanctuaries,
that a
obviously.
base pal?
Hmm?
Do I want to make that a base pal?
It's
Sometimes
really
digs up
good.
iron. I don't.
Or at the very least, he's very angry.
Good night, Nat. Thank you for.
This one right here, I haven't done either, so I'll mark that one down.
Ooh.
Okay, I found one more that I need to get after this, but it's not an island. It's literally just like one I missed.
Um,
Night night, Nat.
I might use that as my dog pal. I might actually use that as a combat pal. Even though it's got 2 things that lower sanity. It's wow. Its defense. Its base defense is 92, but because of the passives increasing it by 65%, it's 152 defense.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna use that in my party. Can it... Oh. And while in party, players and pals take 20% less neutral damage. Good to know.
I tend to like really, I don't really care about those unless I'm going after a specific boss. I found 70 new areas.
Yeah. I think those are gonna be important for raids, than anything else. Honestly, yeah, it's a really tanky pal. Distract.
These guys. It's okay, it's okay. Help me. We can be friends.
So yeah, good to know that mutation is literally just can be
Yeah, because
anything.
otherwise I would have been looking for stats. Stat changes. And I'm just not that smart.
I don't know what a what a base 2-star Suitsier's stats even are.
There's hidden stats and everything too that are in the game, and I don't even think I'd know what I'd look at, what I'm looking for. I'd look at it.
I know movement speed is one of the hidden stats, and that goes up with on certain powers, the mount like certain mounts, it goes up by star level.
Oh,
Yeah, I was reading it before.
yeah, the only way that you can see it is with the glasses.
Oh, I wonder if the glasses reveal all the hidden stats.
They do. That's what I said.
Oh,
I literally just said that. That's what I was talking about. That's why I brought it up.
I thought by hidden stats you meant like even with those glasses.
No, the glasses are the things that reveal the hidden stats.
I really should get those glasses though. They do seem important for min-maxing.
Yeah, well, I don't feel like min-maxing until after I've got one of everything, so. Because it's gonna be really, it's gonna be kind of a bitch to breed, some things.
I'm just curious about the suits here. I just want to look at it.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I don't really have anything to compare it to.
Is it an ancient technology research? It is, isn't it?
I think so.
Yes.
I don't have
I need
any.
4 points, and I don't have any. That's fine. Plays health, attack, and defense stats on a scale of 0 to
Actually,
100.
hold on.
Ooh.
Let me check something really quick.
Wait, I need to check my enhancement books because I might have some.
Mistaken. And I could be. But let me check.
Yeah, okay, these are all skill increases. Futuristic technical manual? Oh, okay, 3 regular technology points with that. Nice.
Okay. There's ability glasses. It says glasses used to discern hidden PAL potentials. Displays health, attack, and defense stats on a scale of 0 to 100.
Yes.
Okay. Now I have a recipe for what is called PAL Tamer's glasses. The
Oh?
wearer's attacks will not reduce the target's health below 1 and reveals hidden PAL's potentials. So I think that this is just the same thing, but also has mercy.
Okay, and you got that from a schematic?
That is a schematic, yeah. But I don't have the thing, I just have the schematic. And it takes ancient bark to make it, so.
Oh, I imagine that is.
That'll be about when I'm trying to make min-max.
Yeah.
Okay, I have a lot okay. So I think tomorrow I want to do sanctuary things. And then I also want to try going through the rest of the PAL bosses. The ones in
Towers?
the
Or.
PAL bosses.
Okay, yeah. And maybe we'll continue the tower as well
Yeah,
at some point.
yeah. So sanctuaries, PAL bosses are like priority. I do want to do some bounties probably too. I don't know what. I don't know. Hold on. I kind of want to see some.
Bounties are good because they just give you ancient technology points.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to do that. You are actually at the settlement right now. What's
Yeah.
I'm gonna check the PDIF officer because I want to see what I want to see the bounty intel dealer. What does he sell? What does he have? Advanced technical manual. Okay. Oh my god, a Crogiro cap. It's perfect. A herbal headband. Yes.
The ripe starfruit just increases rank by 1. Just pells. Just it's not limited to like 1 star to 2 star or 2 star to 3 star. It is just increased by
That's fantastic. It is 50 though.
Sunshine,
and
lollipops, and
Oh, thank
rainbows.
you, Shadow,
Everything
for the
that's wonderful
follow.
is what I feel when we're together.
Appreciate that. It's good that you followed now because we are getting ready to end soon, but we'll be back tomorrow. I just
I
need to.
do think the different bounty people might have different chips to implant.
What? Different bounty might have different chips to input? What do you mean?
Oh yeah, yeah. So these implants
Mm-hmm.
are key items, and it just unlocks the ability for you to put that into a paddle from the surgery table.
Yeah, I know. I know what those are.
And it doesn't use it up.
Oh. So I only need to get it once?
Yeah, so if you get the implant muscle head, it just unlocks the ability for you to put that in something.
Okay, but my question is about the sex change. Do I have to get one of those every time?
Oh, the sex change is Hell Reverser.
Yeah.
You need to get that every time, I
Ah.
believe. That's the consumable, but for changing their
Eater,
passive,
no, I don't want that.
um,
Bad.
you need that one.
Terrible.
I am gonna get a bunch of leather.
All of those
Was
are
it?
awful. All of those are fucking awful.
Oh.
I do want to check because I got a ring called, did you get the Phantom Ring schematic?
Maybe? I'm not sure. I don't think so.
I have a Phantom Ring schematic and I don't know what it's for. It's okay. I've got to go to the workshop anyways. I forgot to empty my inventory while I was there. And I got to put the blue pens away.
If it's made in a tier 2 assembly line, then no, I do not have one. If it's made in a weapon assembly line, I don't have that either. I don't have the weapon assembly line in the first. Oh, I can make that. Let me get.
Okay, so Phantom Ring, an accessory that extends the invincibility period of rolls and side steps. Extends dodge immunity.
That's good.
That's nice. So put these in up here. I ever feel when a pal is just standing there because you've got them assigned to a station that they're just wasting their potential. You're just like sitting there and you're looking at, you're just, where'd he go? Fuck. Oh, there he is. He's eating. That's right, because he's eating food. And then he walks back to this thing over here and he goes, yeah, I did what you told me to do, and now I'm just going to stand here. Sure. Fucking make 1,999 palladium fragments. Why not? Fucking go for it. Not that I'm not going to get enough stone later, because I will.
You will, yeah.
Oh my god, he's so cute. Oh my god, the guy's so fast.
Okay, so I got the giant pouch now, which increases my inventory by even more.
Nice. I don't have that yet. Okay.
Oh, didn't.
I've not made it. Anyway. Okay.
Did I get a refund? What?
Hmm?
I made the giant one, which cost 50. Yeah, I got all the resources refunded from it.
That's fine. Hold on. I'm coming over. Make it again.
I need to make 9 more high quality wooden boards, but I don't know why I got the. Did I get it? Yeah. Oh well. Yeah. Here's another one. I'm over by my.
Oh.
Oh, it's just glitching. Okay, now it's updated.
Oh, well. Fuck me then, I guess. I'm just kidding. It's fine. I was just going to take advantage of the situation.
Where did my leather go?
Oh my god.
Oh, it's just lagging. I think the game's died, so it's a good time to end.
The game didn't die. Your entire base got attacked.
I'm meaning that like it's taken ages for my storage to update
Oh, I see.
what's in there.
Okay.
Like I deposited my leather and I deposited 275 and it said I have like 9 or something.
Alright, we're going to meet a new friend.
Oh, who are we waiting?
Let's find out.
Yeah, just making the last few things.
Actually, I know exactly who we're going to raid because I've been following this person for a long time now. Oh, never mind. We're not going to raid that person because they're ending their stream.
While you figuring that out, I'm just crafting the last few things.
Let
I want to try
us
and make
raid
a weapon
to
edge. Fire battery.
ADHD plus Palworld. Boy failure, gremlin distracted. Easy. Let's see. His name is Backpack Debbie. Make sure this person doesn't sound super sus. I'm fine. Backpack Debbie. Alright, so this is our raid message. If you'd like to join us, this is our raid message. If you are subbed, here's the sub raid message.
So you said backpack.
And we are going
Debbie?
to. Yeah, I'll raid Backpack Debbie. This person right here. I'm going to raid out to Backpack Debbie. If you'd like to join us, we'd really appreciate it. And thank you guys so much for showing up to watch or hang out with us. And we hope to see you guys again tomorrow because we'll be back in the
Yeah,
morning.
and thank you everyone for the raids.
Love you guys. Bye.